Whenever you're ready, Captain.
Captain's Log, Stardate 8293.5. After dropping off the Arcanians on their new colony world and formalizing the initial agreements between their government and the Federation, the Argo has received orders to proceed to Trillius Prime to assist the government of Trill in mediating a dispute between a group of Orion traders and a species known as the Mizarians. Starfleet has no information about this species, but hopefully Prime Minister Vohan or someone on his staff will be able to brief us when we arrive. The Trill originally offered their services as a disinterested third party to help resolve the dispute before joining the Federation. Now that they are full members, the Orions are accusing the Trill of serving Federation interests rather than being truly independent mediators. I suspect the Orions are up to something, and apparently so does Starfleet, as our specific orders are to investigate the Mizarians' claims against them and to assist the Trill government in their mediations, activities which I'm afraid will only reinforce the Orions' suspicion. Interestingly, the Argo won't be the only Starfleet vessel visiting Trillius Prime at this time. Captain Lynch and the USS Lexington have been ordered to investigate the strange case of a Starfleet captain who requested and was granted asylum on Trill some 20 years ago. Starfleet and the Federation are inclined to honor the asylum, but have requested that the Lexington investigate the matter and determine just who this captain is and why they requested asylum in the first place. In any event, I look forward to returning to Trill, and hopefully this time I'll be able to see more of the planet and its people. It's not every day a civilization like the Trill joins the Federation, and any opportunity to learn more about their culture and make a friend or two is welcome. Moreover, this is also an opportunity to make sure our databases on this region of space have been fully updated with Trill intelligence, information that may prove vital when we take up our exploratory duties in this sector. End log.
All right, just as the captain's log suggested, the Argo is currently on an inbound course for Trillius Prime. During this moment, there's a bit of free roleplay session for you guys as you head towards the planet.
Captain will be reading over various reports and quote-unquote paperwork that Yeoman Kumalo has brought him while sipping on a fresh cup of coffee in the center chair.
Is there anything, Prax, that just recently happened during our flight?
Not really, no. Other than you dropped off the Arcanians to their new home, they're settling in nicely in the Argosian cluster on one of the worlds there.
Can you tell us about that world a little bit?
It's essentially a fresh, clean slate for them, so it's a Class M planet. They're busy setting up their new colony.
Anything that I could use for like conversational piece? It just seems that I'm trying to. Okay, I feel like I'm cold dropped on the bridge for a role playing part, so I'm just trying to find out like if there's anything recently that I can talk about. Like, it seemed real paradise like on that planet, and
I'll feed you something. Thank you, Yeoman. Turn around in my chair. Dr. Zonin, I'm glad you're here, actually. Looks like we're going to be dealing with Orions, and we know for a fact that a syndicate led by 3 sisters operates in this region of space, the Greenstar Sisters. So I want you to be sure to replicate and have on hand, synthesize and have on hand a goodly supply of anti-pheromone injections. And I want anyone who is going down to the planet to be sure and be inoculated against Orion pheromones and to carry a spare just in case we're down for an extended period of time.
Yes, of course, Captain.
Captain, I could get with the doctor. I have solutions for tactical advantages as far as changing our appearance if anybody needs to appear as an Orion.
It's worth getting a head start on, certainly. Hopefully, we'll be able to be a little bit more open and above board, but at this point, we have no idea what we're getting into, even what the dispute is about. And we need to keep in mind that it is possible that the Orions are not in the wrong.
Like through the whole conversation about changing to Orions, he's just like looking up at his antenna as they just like flick about in between you both.
He says it might be difficult for you, but I could change the appearance of most any human.
Well, Citadel is just tapping away at her con, making sure everything's flying smooth.
Commander von Wartburg, are there any specific diplomatic niceties or cultural taboos we need to be aware of when dealing with the Trill, or the Orions for that matter?
Well, sir, from the preliminary reports I've had on the Trill, it's a matter of being frank and open. They seem to appreciate that. Orions, from what I understand, they'll play to a weakness. If they see an opening, they'll push into it and won't step back. So any little error, any little flub, they'll try to step in and close the distance, even if it's a minor thing. Mind you, they respect the same thing, is my understanding. They are frontier tradesmen, to put it that way. But the Trill a little more reserved in that manner.
Fair enough.
Frontier tradesmen, sir. Is that another word for privateers?
Privateering is one method of making a living in the frontier, but such spacefaring societies tend to, without a stable core, tend to expand outward and use that influence wherever they can. Usually belies a culture that's used to having to scrap for as much as possible. Much like the Andorians, who have had a militaristic history and are used to having to stand up for themselves against overwhelming odds. It's a thing that gets inborn into the culture.
Are they more like merchants or more like pirates?
They're more like opportunists. If you're familiar
More
with
like
the boom,
holding the phaser.
Right. So like
if you're holding the phaser,
pirate
they're
merchants.
If you're holding the phaser, they're normally merchants. If they're holding the phaser, normally pirates.
Well, and remember, we're not necessarily dealing with any sort of firm centralized government when we speak of the Orions. We're far from speaking of a monolith. There are different syndicates. There are different trade groups. Some are legitimate if hard dealing merchants. Others are pirates. Others are slavers. Others are some combination thereof. Honestly, we don't really know too much about the inner workings of the Orion worlds and any overarching government they may or may not have. They have managed to keep any such information quite close to their vests. So the best way to judge an Orion is by their actions, just as it is anyone else.
they almost remind me of World War III era humanity, actually. That sort of scrapping for what you can, getting what you can, and not letting anyone take it from you if you get it. I mean, you could have some real decent people back then, but, you know, when you're used to having your toy taken away from you at gunpoint, you get a little twitchy.
That's true. We've had our own periods of unrestrained and vicious capitalism and every man out for himselfism, if you will.
Still would if certain people had their way.
I believe that's the big difference with Andorians, and even throughout the hardship, you'd never turn anybody away. Our whole society is built on being close and being part of a family, a caste. Like protecting one another.
Well, and with the with your marriage arrangements, your people learned early on that you had to learn to get together to get along together in close quarters, and it's an admirable trait of Andorian society. Plus, not to mention that Andor herself is not necessarily, in parts, the most welcoming of environments.
Well, most parts of it aren't welcoming.
As you
Can't
say,
im-
Doc.
I can't imagine having two husbands. Looking back as a Andorian.
No.
As the sun goes off.
Captain, the wee-woo machine is going off.
This conversation's got too deep for Sonadel. She's just pecking away at her console. Like, about this.
But
Any
Dai, you may...
updates? Oh,
Oh,
go ahead, Captain.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was simply asking if Lieutenant Sonadel there had any updates on the navigational weather in the region. If there's anything we need to worry about.
It's clear, but let me check a little further out.
Last thing we need is for this to be called on account of ion storm.
Yeah. So what am I rolling for that? To check for upcoming. I'm charting hazards essentially. I don't know what that is. Probably should know what that is though. But I don't see it. Oh, it's in the other one. Dang it. Just simply say it's clear so far.
That's good. Always pays the check.
And clear for the commander. Should be a smooth ride.
Dai stretches her legs and she kind of like leans on the railing there, getting up from her seat. She does a little like, I don't know, bend to one side, a bend to another side. So speaking of go ahead, dude.
I was just about to say, is that a trapped nerve, Commander? The way you moving, trying to free your muscles?
Yoga exercises. We should put a part of the normal drills on the bridge, Captain. Just maybe every 20 minutes people get up and take part in some sort of calisthenics, just to stretch a little bit.
Well, I don't think regulations require you to stay in your seat for the entire shift. I'm not sure we need to make a regular standing order about getting up and stretching.
True, she says. It does seem like I'm in that seat an awful lot. I don't know, to me at least.
You can do foot patrol if you want. Search the decks, make sure everyone's up and early.
That's true. I do find my walkabouts refreshing and good for stretching out the legs and lower backs and shoulders. Not to mention keeping a eye on crew morale.
Ah, yes, but Captain, it's one thing to do that with the badge on. So another thing to be MP wandering around enforcing order.
Uh,
That's a fair point.
Well, she says if you ever need company, she said one of your walkabouts. Walkabouts. She's all. I would be happy to join you, Captain. Unless you could tell me any new information on Sandra Owens. She smiles. Looking over.
Mr. Dai, some things are classified.
Classified that you won't tell your fellow crew about any letters you might have written her?
Number one, you'll be working you may be working closely with Lieutenant Dai when it comes to investigations. The two of you, I believe, may be best suited for any kind of infiltration or asking some pointed questions if necessary.
Aye, sir, that is true. I am.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it can happen after yours.
Okay. That is true, sir. It's just a matter of I'm not allowed to be as open as I used to be. That's what security gold's for.
It's
Can't
fair
tell
point,
us-
number one.
Can't tell us
But-
something, Captain? Just a little something? This is to curb our... She
I
looks
kind of-
around.
Kind of throw a little side eye at Dai.
Sonadel
Nonetheless,
will
go ahead.
telepathically say he was politely saying you were nosy.
He's got to give us something, she says in her head.
But you are the
Doesn't-
XO of a starship, number one. That kind of makes you my ultimate gold shirt.
And with his silence, I think he's told us everything we needed to know.
I think he has, she looks over.
Beware making inference from incomplete data, Doctor.
In all
That's where you get
truth,
misled.
honestly, Captain, she says, I think you two make a great couple. I mean, if that's what you guys are. She looks back. She sits down.
Sonadel stands up. I'm gonna go get a coffee. This just got weird.
Is that
And
what
she will walk off.
is that what you are, Captain? She says. A couple?
Keep it up, Lieutenant. You may find yourself a couple of pips short.
She shakes her head.
Translation: Mind your station, Lieutenant Commander.
I'm gonna go find a replicator. Yeah. In one of those rooms. I don't know.
I simply just don't see how hard it is. This is for humans to be so honest about certain things. She says, really, it's not a big deal. She looks around at them.
It's a
Thank
matter
you.
of maintaining professional decorum on the bridge. I'm sure that would
Oh.
have come across in your previous postings.
She shakes her head and smiles. Is that what it is?
That it is, Commander.
And she gets a coffee and sits down for a bit. Like, this is just too weird. I'm just gonna drink this coffee. I need to know about your captain, and this was getting dreadfully close to that. She's just like, no, I'm good. I'm good.
She'll look up
How do
Sandy
you-
Owen's information on her.
So, how are your crew evaluations for your team, Commander? Since you're speaking of new exercise routines for the bridge, I wanted to make sure that your team will be ready for the decathlon when we get back to Earth.
She glances
Because you are
over.
volunteering for that, right?
She glances back over. Did I get a promotion? She goes.
Well, you might
Commander?
if you attend to your station.
If I sit in my chair and tend to my station. Sorry, I don't mean to pry, Captain. I just thought you'd have some new news for us.
I think you will find that humans are, in some respects, almost as private as Vulcans on certain aspects of our lives. When you come up against those points, and they may vary from individual to individual, it's best to bide your time and let them choose to either open up or not on their own time and in their own terms.
So humans are timid and shy when it comes to relationships. She looks over.
Some are not. Some are as open as any Deltan, Betazoid, or Ryzen I've ever met.
Sometimes
Just-
too open.
There's that. It just depends on the person.
I will respect your privacy. Well, on the bridge.
Besides, you can always bring up that sort of thing at the officers' dinners. That's when you get to needle the captain. It's time-honored tradition. But you don't needle the captain on the bridge.
Oh, I would
No.
think the bridge would be a more casual place to do so. Just as some sort of personal dinner like that. Putting him on the spot in front of someone like Sandy Owens looks over. Yeah, I
Oh.
think I'd get extra duties from that.
I'm pretty sure you meant Captain Sandra Owens. She.
Oh yes, yes, of course. Right. Captain Owens. May I inquire to how long you've known Captain Owens?
Sonadel comes back with a half drink cup of coffee.
Just does not give up.
So, Captain,
Yes,
What are
number
you-
one.
what is your strategy going into this? I know we've been talking about it, but we have to put our foot down somewhere.
Well, at this point, I don't have enough information to really make one. I don't, like I said, until we get there, we don't even know what this dispute is about. I'm assuming it's trades. It's an Orion trade delegation, but who knows? And our job is to investigate the Mizarians' claims. So until we find out what those are and what the situation is, it's hard to make a plan. Besides supporting and helping the government of Trill as much as we can.
That's just it, sir. Either we're the neutral party here, we're the investigators in the red jackets, or we're supporting one of our own.
Well, I see it more as Trill as a Federation world is maintaining its operation as a disinterested third party. And the Federation is a disinterested third party in this, no matter what the Orions may think. I mean, we don't even have anything in our databases on the Mizarians. We don't know enough about them to be interested. So I think I'm more approaching this as we have been seconded to a member world's government to assist them in determining the facts in a case before them. Fairly standard stuff.
It just feels odd, though. The Trill have been open with us since they joined, but just feel like we're missing pieces here. I just like that.
That'll be our job to fill in those puzzle holes.
Aye, sir.
So, may I ask you a question, which will probably go along the lines of ethics?
Of course, Doctor.
What if they're trading slaves? Trill are not trading slaves, they're a disinterested third party, but what if these two people are trading slaves?
Well, Federation's policy on slave trade is clear, and mine is even clearer. We don't stand for it. However,
if they don't put a direct line through Federation space, we would have to just treat it as two separate parties.
that would be tricky. The problem is that what happens outside of Federation space is technically beyond our jurisdiction, although the slave trade and anti-slave trade treaties have enough signatories that usually Federation starships, even operating outside of Federation space, will operate against slavers under both slave trade and piracy laws, because after all, slaves have been kidnapped more often than not. So, but if there's one thing I cannot abide, it is a slaver. People aren't property.
Maybe I can look into the local laws when it comes to slavery in this sector of space. That might prove beneficial just in case something did come up.
Wouldn't hurt, although we don't know a lot about this sector yet.
Can I get a roll to learn that information that maybe I can use those successes towards an advantage just in case that comes up later?
So, it's reason plus con, difficulty 1.
Reason plus con. Reason command, right?
No, reason
Or-
con.
Okay, reason con. Okay.
Assisted by the ship's computers plus con. Because you're going through essentially laws.
Okay.
Can I use my investigation focus? Investigate? Or no?
No, wouldn't apply in this situation.
Okay. I'll give you a threat.
And so it begins.
Then the computers.
Spending all
almost-
13 threat, board cube inbound. No, joking.
Sweet. I got.
Hey. Oh God, we
two
are in an
momentum
alternate
game.
timeline. Damn it.
I'd like to use those 2 successes to. I'd like to use the momentum to build a advantage to bring down maybe the complication level of I don't know if we get into legal talks about slavery or whatnot to apply later on maybe. Can I do that?
So as a GM, I'm just gonna try to tell you that that's probably not gonna come up.
I know, but shoot, man, I feel like I'm doing something. See?
No, it's totally worth it.
Just you're gonna be wasting the momentum.
So what? So what?
Okay,
I
alright,
had no
alright.
moment. I had no momentum literally 2 seconds ago.
Okay. If you want the advantage, it will apply that you can look up information on slavery at a moment's notice.
Number one, could you put an updated political map of the sector up on the ops board here? This is me trying to get the GM to show me how far Federation space extends now that Trill is part of the deal.
Aye, sir. Putting it to your screen now.
I want to use this area more.
That's where your fishbowl goes.
Well, it's like the
Aquarium.
ops area. It's this big board where you kind of you plot and plan.
Mm-hmm. Like a strategy board.
But it would look good with an aquarium there. Prax is mad because I'm making him draw on the map.
I'm not moving the map screen.
You're just gonna have to imagine.
Looks like the laws are pretty clear. She says, I have it all easy accessible if we need to access it, Captain, just in case there needs to be a precedence we need to challenge when it comes to slavery at all.
Excellent. So how far into that triangle of space does Federation space now extend, GM?
Up the
I mean,
trail.
up-
That's pretty
up
much
to-
it.
They didn't have any further colonies or anything out like that.
I'm gonna have to draw a 2285 map for you guys. Essentially goes up to Trill, and then bends towards the Argosian cluster, and then down further, pretty far down, around Cleanon space and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the map on my computer.
There doesn't seem to be a great amount of activity, actually no known activity of slavery in this region of space, Captain. Even for the Trill's knowledge. I'm sure there's some species that are known just to have slavery, but not nearby.
Does Starbase 211 exist yet, or I know 621 does.
Or bucket. Anyway.
211. That sounds like it's old. I remember 211 being an old station.
211.
Yeah, it's down there, kind of at the tip of Cardassian space, just on the Federation side of the neutral zone, south of Argolis cluster.
Oh no, that's
Okay.
probably not there.
So basically, Federation space is running on a line from Starbase 621 to the Argolis cluster. Kind of Beta Z's not part yet, right?
Beta as it is.
Okay, so yeah, kind of that line from Starbase 621, the quote-unquote western side of Trill, and then down that way. Okay. And
Yeah,
the rest
then
of
it
that's
kind
pretty
of
much unexplored. Yeah.
curves. It kind of does a little curve. The border hasn't really expanded to where Starbase 129 and 214 are at just yet.
Okay.
And then it goes straight down because Cadence is way down there in their
Yeah.
mirror world.
Cool. I just didn't know how much into this local region we'd extended.
Permission, Captain, to go and work on my Orion disguise practices. Turns and looks at him.
As needed. Make it so.
Should go do that until, like, you know, we get into anything there should be on the bridge for.
Yeah, I do love my maps.
Is drinking her coffee and tapping away at her console.
Zonin would obviously be helping her do that and getting the medicine ready.
Are almost there, Captain. Not too
Excellent.
much longer. Longer, exactly. Because that's it. Question.
Ensign Mira, have we had any call out from the planet? Have they seen us?
We're still a pretty good distance away, according, but as soon as we enter the system, we might get something.
All right,
Commander.
keep an ear out. They might have some special traffic rules that we need to abide by. I doubt it, but it happens.
GM, do I know what class of ship the Lexington is? Is that the Connie?
That is a Connie.
I thought so. Okay. Do I know if it's been refit?
It would have been most
Okay.
of the.
Oh,
Connie
that's right.
classes have been-
2285. Sorry.
Yeah, they've all been refitted.
Yep.
They're actually probably 5 to 7 more years before they start being mothballed.
Yeah.
Captain, you familiar with the captain of the Lexington?
Just to know the name, Captain Layton. However, they don't give Connies they don't give the center seat on Connies away to just anybody. So
Well, that's true. It's no destroyer or Saladin.
how true, number one. How true. Captain Jermaine Lynch. Why don't you pull up his public record? Let's see what we can learn about him.
Aye, sir.
I can lean on ratings too.
So, give me. What do you want to know exactly? Like his standard file or?
Service record, commentary on his command, commendations, the standard file. Also trying to get a measure of the guy to see if he's, a Kirk type or a Haggard type or a fell his way up the ladder type.
Give me reason plus con. Difficulty 0.
No momentum out of it, sadly.
I'll say assist from the ship, but.
All right.
No.
See, if I had some momentum, I might have been able to. No. And then would have rolled a 0 anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Sounds about right.
Let's get all the cruddy
Hey.
rolls out early.
Make me make up stuff.
What's that?
Prax is making up stuff. We're trying to find out what we can about Captain Lynch of the Lexington.
Wait, what?
See.
Let's see. Ah, there he is. Captain Jermaine Lynch, seasoned captain. Looks like he's been commander for the last 25 years. Good grief.
Not
Usually
unusual
ships
for a
looking captain.
Constitution.
Don't they cycle them out every so often? I mean, I know some of them have stayed connies, but they usually get admiraled or take research positions.
Well, look at Kirk. Something
That's an
about the
odd exception, sir.
The Constitutions just bring him back.
And something here about what happened in the Klingon War. I'm going to try to pull it up here.
Hmm. 25 years ago means that he would have been captain when this other captain claimed asylum on Trill.
Maybe he knows the guy?
Maybe so. I've never heard of any captain ever claiming asylum on a non-Federation world, or on a Federation world for that matter.
It seems he served... Ah, there it is. Yeah, he didn't start on the Lexington. Looks like he served on the Ontario small ship. before the Connies. Probably distinguished himself there. Not a lot of detail on it, but then again, you get high up in the rank, some of this stuff starts disappearing. I mean, there's parts of your file that are actually your file is one of the more open ones. Now that I think of it.
Well, except for all the parts dealing with you.
Byproduct of my profession, although
Yes. I remember the days of innocence and freedom before I met you, number one. Just minding my own business. Flying around and starship captain. Best job in the world. Then I got involved with Starfleet intelligence.
yeah, that's how you
Wait.
keep from being jumped in an alleyway, Captain.
That doesn't extend to all of us, does it? Citadel just kind of looks up like, wait a minute.
I'm a ship's XO now. I'm not. This isn't an intelligence vessel.
Oh, thank God. I am too young to not be free.
Well, you're as free as one can be within the chain of command and Starfleet regulations, Sonadel.
Yeah, but I
Besides-
get to fly this beauty. I'm pretty free.
There is that.
Besides, Lieutenant, service doesn't always ask us what we expect. You'd be surprised what intelligence needs. And
Oh,
there's a
trust
certain
me.
freedom in intelligence work. Just that it doesn't involve as much ship work. Although I imagine a pilot, they'd probably have you do sensor runs, quick flybys of planets or some starship or another shipyard.
So less exciting than this. I mean, I've already almost died once.
Oh, that's interesting. Seems before the war, sir, he served under Fleet Admiral Marcus back when he was captain of the Repulse. He was his pilot. Well, con officer. Although they had more dedicated helmsmen and navigators back then. So he has connections, put him that way.
Is this before the Organian War? The Klingon War that ended in the Organian Treaty, or the ones before that?
The ones before that, sir. Because there was the Arganian War, and then there's one just before that one.
Right.
So he's had an interesting career, which prior to, give you an exact number, prior to 2255.
That was the exact number for when he was aboard the Repulse.
Oh, one moment. Yeah, when he served on the Repulse, he served. That's more what I meant, sir. So he served with Fleet Admiral Marcus, and then he went to the Ontario afterward during the war.
All right. Well, his mission is not ours, so we'll wish him
Well, it's
luck.
good. He might be asking for our help, or if it comes down to it.
True enough.
Mind you, in my experience, Connie captains like to think they can solve everything on their own. They don't need no backup. To quote another captain.
Well, if he's a pilot, he doesn't. Sonadel just says with a smile.
And the wheels kick and the wind's song and the white sails shaking, eh, Sonadel?
Sir, I honestly don't know what that means, but sure.
You should beef up on your Mansfield.
Not exactly required reading back at the academy, sir.
It was all tech and tech manuals, and I think I had Moby Dick in there once. But other than that,
Oh, that was a slog of a read.
Really, I quite enjoyed it.
I did too.
That worries me more than you know.
Oh, number one, how can you not enjoy a book that begins with the most literary fart joke in the English language?
Uh,
And this is why I went into the sciences. Not to say that scientists don't have their own crude humor.
Well, and the sciences at some point give way to poetry. One of the things I've always admired about the universe. Ultimately, as we approach the edge of our understandings, poetry is all that we are left with, and therefore assumes the role of an essential verity. I rather like the idea of living in a poetic universe.
I mean, I understand that there's certain simple matters that we need to keep true to ourselves, but there's also the idea of peering into those mysteries and seeing the nuts and bolts of it. I mean, think of how we misunderstood how antimatter worked, or the idea of faster than light travel. That was thought to be impossible, unfathomable, the thing of dreams and poets. And now it's a hard science that's studied by engineers and scientists across the galaxy, or, well, before us even.
they could do faster. Sonadel says.
And yet, we still can't quite explain exactly what warp space is. Oh, we can describe the bubble and even the equations to make it and shape it and warp it to our will, but exactly what's going on as we travel in it. Our knowledge fades at the edges, becomes fogged.
I don't know.
But that's probably enough metaphysics for the day. I think I'll take a cue from... we're here.
Yes, sir.
The Argo comes out of warp, and on the view screen you see Trillius Prime. And three starships. You see the Lexington in all of her glory, along with a Orion frigate, and well as another unknown frigate you haven't quite seen before.
Ensign Mira, hail Trill Control. Alert them of our arrival. Request permission to enter. Yeah, and request permission to enter a standard orbit.
They've already signaled us to enter into a standard orbit. We're also receiving a hail from the Lexington.
So Sonadel, put us in standard orbit. Ensign Mira, put the Lexington on screen.
Sonadel puts us in orbit.
And on screen you see a elderly gentleman, Captain Litch. Goes, Captain Haggard, welcome to Trillius Prime. Well, at least welcome back. I believe you were here not too long ago.
So unfortunately, we weren't able to stay very long. Pleasure to meet you, Captain Lynch.
Likewise. Just to let you know, we won't interfere with your business as long as you don't interfere with ours. On a tidbit note, the Orion, I believe you've had a run-in with her.
Let me guess. One of the Greenstar Sisters.
You took the words out of my mouth, Captain. She's quite interesting.
Which one are we dealing with?
I believe Celine?
Slodney?
Slavney. Yeah, sorry. This is a GM having trouble pronouncing my own character name.
Spell it for me. Oh, there it is. Sevny. Okay.
Sevny.
Okay.
Sevny.
So there was a Slubney or something.
Sevne. The way I pronounced it was Sevne.
Well, there's Sevne and Madanu, and then there's Madanu was the one who masqueraded as the officer, and then there's a third. I don't think
Esco.
we know there.
Actually, you never met the third, so
Right, we don't have a
Not yet.
name for the third. Yeah.
Yep.
Sevne and Madanu. Ah, yes.
Well, I would have.
I've made her
I
acquaintance.
offered yeah. Uh, well, I offered to help in these matters. It was actually the Orion female that asked for you.
Huh.
If you were I guess you made quite an impression on her, Captain.
Oh, goody. Well, let's hope that can be turned to some good purpose, if true. I don't suppose you know anything more about these, God, I'm not going to blank on their names, the Mizarians?
Do not. All I know is they do come from a world nearby. They mostly keep to themselves, from what I'm told.
Well, sounds like we may both need some luck on this. I'd never heard of a Starfleet captain questing asylum anywhere. That's a bit of a mystery.
It is indeed. The Trill are not very forthcoming on the name. They're my officers are on it though. We're currently negotiating with the Trill to figure out as to why and who it is.
I look forward to reading your official report, assuming it's not doesn't wind up getting classified 3 ways for Sunday.
Perhaps. All I know is I was hoping for at least an easygoing the last 2 years before my retirement, but
Well, as my first officer reminds me, sometimes the service asks of us the unexpected.
they do indeed.
Hmm.
If you need anything, Captain, my ship is at your disposal.
As is mine to you, sir. Good luck. Argo out.
And the screen goes blank.
Well, certainly glad I had you prepare those anti-fareboat injections, Doctor. Ensign Mira, did Trill Control send us any information of where to contact or who to meet?
Not yet, sir. They told us just to maintain standard orbit. They'll be contacting us shortly.
Very well.
Should I roll
Great.
for the injury? Or to fire him or not?
Just give me a control medicine difficulty 2 to create enough advantage to create enough anti-pheromone agents. Essentially, create an advantage.
Help by the ship? Or...
Let's go with computers plus medicine.
Not great, but sure. Hey,
There we are. I made enough.
Alright, you have enough. You've created enough anti-pheromone agents
Okay.
to be used upon whoever beams down.
So how long will each injection last, Doctor?
24 hours. They should. At least Sonadels do.
That's blocking its source. I'm not sure about the other way. Would I have to run tests, or would I know automatically?
Delta pheromones are different from Orion pheromones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
I know.
the
And it's like one's a recipient while the other one's a...
Producer, yeah.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Jesus.
It's 2 hours per shot, Captain. But we have made enough to make people... I have made enough to keep everybody safe.
Mm.
Unfortunately, it means you'll be basically carrying a cool bag full of them. But
Do Orion pheromones affect women? She says. She looks over at the doctor.
yes, they do. But it probably will cause a negative reaction rather than the normal reaction. But then again, I suppose it could be orientation bias as well.
Negative reaction? She says, like how?
Well, normally it would stir things of lust and obedience. With a female, it would be the opposite reaction, one of anger and defiance, irritability.
Hey, GM, could I make a roll to see if I remember anything from, previous captains' encounters or, like Archer's encounter with Orion females and the effect on their crew?
It's pretty common knowledge. It's
Okay.
actually probably trained at the academy.
Okay.
Be wary of Orion females.
Yeah.
Not in Starfleet.
Right. Generally, Sonadel, the effects of prolonged exposure in a confined environment such as a starship, most females of non-Orion species become very irritable, angry, and tend to suffer migraine-like headaches. So I would highly recommend everyone who goes down to the planet and might risk contact with Orion females dose with the anti-pheromone injections. I've never had a migraine, but what I understand really interfere with everyday tasks. AKA, they will give you a complication rate increase.
Yeah. Although Sonadel could tell you about migraines, try being an empath in a Earth high school.
Ooh.
Yeah, Sonadel could tell you a thing or two about migraines.
Captain, we're receiving a hail from Trill. It's coming from one of the ambassadorial offices.
Right as he said, I'll be right back.
Oh. Rip.
Rip. The captain
also,
died.
Commander,
Wolfgang,
the
you're-
Trill are sending over document datas over the current case they're working with.
Okay.
See, now I'm going to do the Kirk lean. I'm going to get down in the command well and lean over the railing.
Yes. The ambassadorial one of the ambassadorial wings on Trillius has sent over a information dump based on the case. They also said that the hearing of the dispute will begin in approximately 3 hours.
All right, I'll start reading up on this, sir. Probably get some of the legal team to look over it. Comms had a hail for you, sir.
Ah. Sorry, I'd stepped away to get a drink. On screen, Ensign.
Yes, sir. On screen appears a male ambassador, in ambassadorial robe, Trill. Captain, I am Ambassador Prel. Welcome to Trill.
Thank you, Ambassador. It's a pleasure to be back.
I'm the one who's doing the overhearing of the arguments between the two parties. I am told that a certain, since Starfleet is getting involved in this matter, believe one of the Orion female 7A, has argued that if there's going to be a Starfleet officer, that it would be you, Captain Haggard.
Yes, Captain Lynch informed me. Believe me, Ambassador, I'm as surprised as anyone.
While normally we don't condone such matters of people requesting individuals, we like to maintain a neutral ground in proceedings such as these. She seemed most adamant.
My orders are to investigate the Mizarians' claims against the Orions and to assist your government in any way we can. So, myself and my ship are at your disposal, Ambassador.
Well, we sent all data that we know about the situation to you. The proceedings will begin in approximately 4 hours. If you wish to beam down to the government square, we'll provide coordinates to where the meeting will be held.
Most appreciated. I'll see you in just a few hours then.
Understood. Ambassador Prel out. And the screen goes blank.
All right, number one. You've got 4 hours to figure out what the hell's going on here.
Hi, sir. I would recommend that when you go down to bring along a female personnel along with you, probably the Lieutenant Dai, to at least to balance out in case there's any complication with your dosage.
A good idea.
Well, I'm no doctor, it's just but I can keep an eye on the captain. Besides, it's protocol anyway. It's just
And that's how we're gonna say it to them. We're just, you're there for two reasons. Normally, I'd send the doctor along, but he's as susceptible as the captain is, or myself, for that matter.
Do you think we'll end up inviting
So-
them back up to the ship, Captain?
We shall see. It's too early to say.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I do wonder what Orion's pheromones are like. I can tell you the medical compound of them, but cases of them actually being used are not recorded that often as you expect.
Well, you could ask Commander Martell. I think he was unfortunately unprepared at the transporter station the last time 70 was aboard.
Sonadel just kind of looks at Mira and tries to get her where Susevna is. Get to the other one. Not. That's cool too.
I'm going to give you a threat, GM.
How they greatly in return.
Computers conned for assist for the ship.
Yes.
Computers and con. There you go.
Aha. Got a momentum out of that.
What?
GM, do I need to, I'm wanting to know what the protocol is for this kind of function, whatever, as far as dress uniforms or not, or whatever. Do I need to make a roll for that? Or
No, I mean there'll be no dress uniforms in this manner. It's more so your standard uniform would be appropriate.
Right.
But one thing to be noticed is that no weapons would be allowed in
right,
the courtroom, essentially.
right.
That's right. We got a couple mean right hooks.
Hmm. Number one, will you be coming with us to the surface, or do you think you'll be better off here?
I'll be better off here for now. If I need to slip down on planet side, then we'll go from there. But I think I'm better serving you up here, sir.
Understood. Kind of my thinking as well.
Mm.
It might just be. Go ahead.
I was going to suggest you might want to bring along Lieutenant Sanadel as well. As I understand, the flight classes are very big on getting you ready for dealing with disputes when it comes to flight issues, but it applies in other fields of study as well.
Mm.
She might be able to help you navigate things like that. Plus, having a pair of empaths isn't a bad thing.
It's very true. And give me some sort of breakdown about what the situation is as soon as you can, number one, and then we'll fill out the rest of the away team if necessary.
Well, I can tell you now, sir, that this is, to oversimplify, it's just a disagreement over a trade deal. See, it seems the Greenstar Sisters are accused of not delivering on the supplies they wanted, and they want reimbursements. So the Mizarians paid the sisters quite a bit of deuterium for some ruthenium, and the Mizarians claimed that it's impure, and that forced a refinement of they had to refine the material rather than having a complete product. So by the end of it, they claimed that they only got like 2/3 of the amount to be usable. But there's the counterclaim: it was delivered on time. You didn't necessarily say it had to be pure, that sort of thing. So basically, the sisters are under the accusation of not delivering what they said they were going to deliver, but they say they did.
Did the original contract call for specific levels of purity?
Checking, sir.
So you have studious, right?
The science officer superpower. Wish I had studios. It did not specify, sir.
And did the Orions deliver by whatever measured weight or whatever specified and on time?
On time, 8,762 metric tons worth of deuterium.
8,762 metric tons.
Sorry, that
It's
might
how-
be a miswording. That was the payment that the because it was essentially a barter deal. So
they paid.
the Greenstar Sisters got paid the deuterium. There is another list of materials that the Greenstar Sisters essentially bartered with that they gave to the Mizarians.
So it wasn't just rhodinium, but some other stuff too. But the rhodinium was what was in question as being not what was agreed on, right?
The rhodinium, yes, that's the one that's in question because
everything
that
else
was the one they're claiming.
Everything else seems legit.
Yeah. According to the dispute.
Okay.
So it might be a situation of buyer beware if that's the true case, but that's more on them to prove their cases to you rather than us trying to see the right of it necessarily. I mean, we're investigating, but
Right. Well, that at least gives me some idea of the situation, and I'm sure the hearing will bring more to light.
aye, sir.
Sonadel Dae, do either of you have anything regarding law or Starfleet protocol?
Oh, sir.
No, sir. She looks over. But I can investigate it for you. Pretty good at finding information pretty quick.
As you well may be called upon to do.
I can read people. That's about the best I can do, Captain. Sorry.
It's better than most. I'll tap on my chair and let Yeoman Kamalo know to stand ready that I may be calling upon her from the planet for her legal and protocol expertise.
Understood, sir. I will have Commander Wolfgang can send me all appropriate documents. I will begin analyzing everything.
Do you need to go ahead and activate her?
If you wanted to bring her along, you're more than welcome to. I'll use a crew support.
Not that we necessarily need to bring her along, but
To be fair, it could
Anyway.
be useful.
The harem of Haggard.
so
Would
Well,
be
the thing,
useful.
as I said earlier, Captain, it is Sonadel in her flight department will be able to give you some.
true with that con score. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas if you need more specialized knowledge, you can always call up onto the ship, and Kamado can give you more detailed or nuanced answer.
Right.
I mean, I've had to argue trade deals in a lecture.
Well,
I guess that's better than most.
remember, our job is investigating and putting ourselves at the service of the Trill government in this. We're not leading the negotiations. We're support at best.
I could read people pretty well, Captain, but unfortunately, System Beta said people really don't break laws there.
That you know of, anyway.
Well, she says everybody's pretty honest with everybody.
Number one, in your quick review, do you see any need for any other particular expertise to go down with us? I don't want to go down with a full entourage necessarily, but I don't want to wind up needing someone who I don't have.
I'm gonna check something here, sir. There might be something here. GM, I'm looking. Oh, the other thing I'm looking for is if there's records of that impurity, like if someone scanned it or someone did a test on it or anything like that, or they just simply say it was impure, so we had to.
The records show that they had to refine it quickly, supposedly, and that's what their claim is. So they're literally, it's just a say-so type thing. Like,
Yeah.
they have some records showing that it was impure, but it's not. It's unsure about the exact amount of what was impure about it.
This just
At-
kind of seems like a McDonald's argument to me. Like, why is it a quarter pound or not a quarter pound?
Captain, at this time, further expertise may be premature. We'll need to know more facts before we can see about sending more specialized personnel.
Understood. I'm GM and I'm thinking it's still 3 hours plus till the meeting.
Yeah, about so.
Yeah, that's just kind of what it seems like to me. It's like they're mad because the pre-cook weight is more than the after-cook weight.
Yeah, but if the original contract didn't specify a certain percentage of, certain purity level, I mean, it is caveat emptor.
Unless they don't have
the
that particular
Vulcans when we need
philosophy.
This is all very fascinating. Just this whole legal system created to keep people honest.
Hmm.
One thing though, so what's McDonald's? I'm kind of missing your point.
It is, you know what? Yeah, is a restaurant chain.
Oh wow, so I'm way
Certainly
off. I thought that was
used
like a legal term or something, like a case.
It's a surprisingly long-lived restaurant chain on Earth. Although, to be fair, it has changed radically from its inception to what it is today.
Yeah.
That's a good question. However, number one, what legal system or contract laws was this agreement made under?
Let's see.
I'll just give it to you guys. The answer is no. There is no. It's just interstellar, essentially on a interstellar commerce type thing.
Okay,
Yeah. So no standing jurisdiction, just a space trader dealing with the government going, I have cool things, buy my stuff. And like, cool, we're buying
So
your
the
stuff. Hey, wait a minute.
so the contract is what the contract is.
Mm-hmm.
More and more like ancient Earth.
But actually, the question is, do the as far as the Trill know, because I'm because is this information up purely from the Trill's point of view? This isn't coming from the Mizarians beyond them trying to prove their case.
Right. This is just from the Trill's point of view
Yeah.
of all the facts that they've gathered from both sides.
Yeah, I think part of this matter, sir, will be trying to figure out more about these Mizarians and how they operate. They may have made certain assumptions. I mean, we say the phrase "buyer beware" rather easily, but that's not a philosophy that's shared by many people. For example, the betas that don't hold that. Buyer beware is not a thing you need to say. It's just simply you wouldn't say it that way. It would be said in a different manner. Andorian's another philosophy as well. That's more of a human or trader like society.
That's a good point, number one. I hadn't thought of that.
Although I'll see if I can pick up some more information about the Mizarians. See if there's anything buried away.
Speaking of things, other things I need to think of. Insamir, contact the authorities on Trill and see if we can arrange for some shore leave time for the crew. Usual breakdown in shifts if possible. Let's maintain a full ready complement at all times, but if there's time, let's get everybody a chance to feel a little solid ground under their feet.
Understood. I will process that request to the Trill government right away.
I had to fix it up like that because I forgot how to spell restaurant for a little bit there.
Google for the win. Ultimate spell check.
All right, number one. You have the bridge. I'm going to take a little bit of time to walk about and get ready. If you need me, my first stop's going to be the ship's barber.
Oh, Captain, she says permission to join you on your walkabout. She's at least part of it.
Very well. You can escort me to the barber, but after that, you're on your own.
Buying a die.
The relationship between a human male and his barber is sacred and cannot be intruded on.
Smile at that.
Oh,
I appreciate your honesty, Captain.
Oh,
God, what are the rolls today?
ship helps with computers plus science. Shoot me in the foot. Jeez.
well, he's going to go
Yeah,
get a haircut.
Welcome to my world last night.
Good grief.
No
Doctor,
joy.
if you don't mind, I need my injection, and I also eat after that. She's gonna go to the mess hall and get some food.
Control medicine.
Yeah, and until it's time to beam down, Haggard will get his hair trimmed, and he'll head back to his quarters and relax for a little bit. Read his copy of Mahan's The Importance of Sea Power in History a little bit, maybe nap, and then leave time for a quick sonic shower and a fresh uniform to look his best.
I will not
We've
interfere
only
with
2
his.
hours.
Sorry.
I won't interfere with his personal hair grooming, since that's a personal matter when it comes to humans, and drop him off there, only mildly approaching the subject once again about the other captain, saying that she apologizes if it's too personal of a subject for him. But she didn't ultimately get an answer to that. She says that the captain, you seem to kind of dance around the subject. So, and even though the commander made it clear that it might be something personal, she wanted to make sure that it was that you felt the same way. Otherwise, she won't ask about it again. She understands that there's personal space.
Oh, I wasn't dancing around it at all, Lieutenant. I was just not answering. Privilege of rank.
So you're claiming rank, sir? She says when it comes to your relationship with the captain.
No, I'm claiming rank in terms of captains don't necessarily have to answer the questions of lieutenants nearly as often as lieutenants have to answer the questions of captains.
She nods her head. Then I'll ask you another time when it's more prevalent.
Be advised, Lieutenant, when it comes to my personal life, I do consider it personal, and therefore certainly not open for public discussion.
Oh, she says, well, that I understand, Captain. She says, say no more. She says, I will not bring it up again.
Thank you.
And she'll smile as if she understands the captain in some sort of new way. And she will go back and I don't know, kick back till it's time to
Oh,
go to
God.
service.
That was the best thing I ever made up on the fly about the barber. Now I know where to escape to. From now on, hackers getting haircuts every episode.
His hair just gets shorter and shorter and shorter.
You die, asks him a question, he pops up, goes, "Time for a haircut."
Red alert! Time for a haircut. Get back here.
He just grows out his beard so he can have an excuse to shave
Right.
it whenever he wants to.
Well, that's it. It's like male grooming is a fine art. He might have to spend many hours a day to have that
That's right.
mane coiffed and done to the
Right.
Starfleet standard of pure luxury
That's right.
that the ship deserves.
That's right.
Commander, permission to get some food before going down to the meeting.
Make it a quick one. Captain's gonna need you pretty quickly, and you might be eating while you're down there anyway.
I may look small, but I can pack a lot. She just says, laughing as she walks out.
That's what she said.
Thank
It
you,
was what
Doctor.
she said. There you go. It was what she said.
Back at the academy again, I swear.
Some foods. That's what she's gonna go do. Big old stack of pancakes.
So yeah, and when the time comes, freshly groomed in new uniform, I will swing through sick bay to get the anti-pheromone injection and spares. Have the doctor refresh my memory on how to use the hypo spray.
And Sonadel will eat her food and then also swing by sick bay for her shot block and to stop producing. She gets hypoed twice.
I'll do the same and make sure to get some extra ones just in case some sort of issue to save the captain from any type of embarrassment or anything like that.
Yeah. And are we flying down or transporting down or what?
Beaming down, I assume.
Okay. Then she will meet at the transporter room.
Is it pad to pad, or is this going to be just random coordinates?
Prax is dead.
They gave you the coordinates.
Okay. Well, we'll just have
Bridge to
fortunately, we have
captain.
Haggard here.
I have a bit more update on the Mizarians.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
It looks like, from what I can read here, they are a pacifistic culture. They avoid confrontation to the point that they've been invaded without incident and then reinvaded time and time again. In fact, this is the first time they've ever disputed a trade matter as far as the Trill are aware. In complicating matters somewhat, I was trying to see if there's any other third party that may have been encouraging the Mizarians to challenge this.
Mhm.
But it seems that they've been invaded so often that records of who they're friendly with and not is spotty. Well, I will say, as well, sir, that the sisters have been operating in this region quite a bit before. So how familiar they are with the sisters isn't quite clear, but I can imagine the sister. If I could pull this up with a quick search in our database, the sisters could have pulled this up could have figured this out on their own. They might have assumed that they could push a raw deal and hope they didn't get yelled at about it.
Understood. So you're telling me this is kind of culturally out of character for the Mizarians?
Very much so. They avoid confrontation. It's just not in their nature to confront, to even resist.
Very interesting. All right, and I know we can't take weapons, but definitely tricorders and communicators, as well as our injection kits and supplies.
Aye, sir. Yeah. The primary concern is just minimizing confrontation.
Right.
Anything like and making that clear to them would behoove you.
Well, then at that point, seeing as there's no weapons before she goes to the transporter room, Sanado will stop by at her quarters and drop off her dagger that she still carries on her from a couple episodes ago, or a few episodes ago.
And if Commander Martell will do the honors with the transporter.
She's not carrying her phaser.
Yeah, you're pretty much going down with no blades, no bows. Leave your weapons here.
Right.
Yeah, all our weapons are being left. Yeah.
Definitely
No
communicator and
fists.
tricorders.
Well. Well. Who throws this shoe? Honestly.
It's only on
Honestly.
Ryza.
They'd be ready to dodge like George Bush. Miss me again.
Anything else before you beam down to the planet?
Nope.
Well, this
so.
is where my assassination plan of the captain goes into it. No, I'm just kidding.
We're not in the mirror universe. God.
I know.
All right, so let's make this a dairy plus engineering difficulty 3. No assist from the ship, because you're sabotaging the transporter on this one.
What?
Okay, good. Did I get a focus?
That was. Do you have transporters as a focus? Transporters and replicators.
Wait, where's the chief engineer?
I have
Ah,
tactical
damn it.
systems. I could use it as a weapon, right?
You do realize, though, you're beaming down with the captain, right?
Yeah, I know. But he doesn't know that he's gonna die in an accident, and Sanadel with him.
Hey, wait, hold on. What?
I will safely bring him down, but and that's my witness, right? I will show everybody that I'm impartial. That would have been so great.
Last time I take you in.
All right, so
Don't make me pull the starship over.
The 3 of you head to the transporter room and get ready, prepared to beam down.
Mm-hmm. And then promptly get beamed into a wall.
Okay.
I'm just ready for the
He's not on roll 20.
I know there's gonna be no roll. So
Okay.
Yay!
Oh no, wait. Oops.
Too late.
Unfortunately, no one knew that Haggard had pre-programmed the transporter for just such an instance. Switching to beams.
Sonadel still dies.
Yes, but the captain lives.
I need to fix your token. Oh no. All right, the three of you beam down to the surface of Trill. You find yourselves in not a government plaza. It's not really busy. There are people walking about. As you materialize in, a young Trill female comes up, like, Captain Haggard. If you don't mind, follow me. I will escort you to the chambers to where the negotiations are being held at.
Thank you. And I kind of take you in and look around. I don't think I ever actually made it down to the planet the first time we were here.
It's not
Yeah,
unsimilar
it's
to
on a-
what you would find on Earth in a metropolitan area. Lots of trees, blue skies. You do hear the sound of running like fountains and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Follow behind the captain whenever he's led away.
Take me to your symbiotes.
Going and eyeing at the buildings.
All right. You
Many
enter. You go through the inside the building. It's quite large. There's several rooms you pass. She opens the door to one of the rooms and says, "After you."
Go on in.
As you enter the room, you find don't have a picture, but you do see the Orion that you're familiar with, along with a particular large Orion male standing next to her. The ambassador and a center table, along with a Mizarian who is kind of wearing a hood, blue skin, but think it's got lots of wrinkles on his face. And as you enter the room, the assistant walks away and then sort of stands corner at the edge near the ambassador's table. You notice like 7A's head perks up. Oh, Captain Haggard. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure, of course. Is there any obvious place for us that we're supposed to go, or?
There is a table kind of in the middle across from, think of it, the ambassador is at the back end.
Okay.
There's two tables on the side, sort of an angle, and then there's a table in between that.
Okay. So we will take what looks like the seats we should.
Mm-hmm.
The master starts. Now that all parties are here, I guess we shall begin. Sorry, hold on, I forgot the Brazilian's name. My apologies.
No problem.
I wrote it late last night, so.
And
If you did it after the game, you certainly did.
I did.
if we can state this, Sonadel is to read on either side to be able to tell if one of them starts lying or not. These stuff like that, like a sense of deception from either party. When they start, not now, obviously.
Okay. So, Ambassador Prel comes back and goes like, how else should I give this guy? Because there's nothing on these guys. Minister Renvor, would you care to plead your case? He stands up. Yes, thank you, Ambassador. And thank for all parties joining here today. We entered into a contract deal not that long ago with the Orions for delivery of certain materials. And these materials, the Orion, namely the Greenstar Sisters, failed to deliver the appropriate amounts upon violating this contract. We paid a fair amount of deuterium for their starships, and we wish either a reimbursement of deuterium for the amount of 1/3 equals of the rhodium that we purchased in said agreement, or that they are to deliver the same amount of 1/3 of appropriate materials in rhodium. And he just kind of looks at us like, and sits back down. 7A gets up. We did not violate any sort of the contract. We delivered our shared upon agreement wise. You did not specify whether or not the rhodium needed to be pure or unpure. Ambassador, please, this is outrageous. And Captain, you know me so well. I was more than fair with you in our last dealings. I am an honest trader.
Haggard quirks an eyebrow, but otherwise remains silent.
Sonadel is listening.
This is outrageous. Honest, you say? You were late on the delivery. And she's like, if you mean you did not, you specified a date, not hours or by minutes. And the both sides go back and forth, bickering to each other constantly.
Okay.
And for both the empaths in the room, they're telling the truth from their perspective. Like, they're not lying.
Well, that makes it complicated. Okay.
Oh, well.
Adele look at the captain and lean in and say, they're both telling the truth, at least as far as they see it.
Is Revnor the Mizarian? What's his general attitude? Is he, because he sounds kind of argumentative and verbally belligerent? Is that correct? Or
That is correct.
it's very odd.
Sonadel, like, and you do get the feeling from Renvor that he is a little irritated.
Which, from what the commander says, shouldn't be a thing.
Is Ambassador Prel just letting them kind of have their lead, or
he is, for the most part, he is. He's just kind of listening to both sides, trying to actually gauge. You can kind of tell, like, he's actively, like, analyzing each person as they're talking, like being very inquisitive.
Well, I'm kind of going to let him provide our cues to this point, since I don't want it to make it look like Starfleet's coming in and taking over the entire process. But have we degenerated to a point of just going over the same things again and again?
They are. During, as they're arguing, they're trying to validate each other's point of view, and it's literally on the same basis, back and forth.
So Vulcan when you need one.
No doubt.
Caladian
kind of clears his throat. Lady, gentlemen, if I may,
The room goes silent for a moment.
it seems to me that the terms of the contract are not in dispute, but the time of delivery of the rhodium seems to be the area of contention. Am I correct?
The rhodium was impure. And Seven just kind of rolls her eyes as if you did not specify purity.
The Greenstar Sister is correct that your the contract you signed did not specify purity.
And I don't think Sonadel read it, but as far as ruthenium to deuterium,
Ruthenium is
if
not.
this
Ruthenium is okay. So it's one of the things you guys didn't look up, so I'm not going to say too much. But it is a metal. It is a very what you would know from general like player knowledge wise is that it is a very hard metal.
okay.
And deuterium
Okay.
is a big metal in starship construction, I know, deuterium hulls and whatnot.
Would we know how long it would take to refine something like this and the efforts it put forth? I mean, is this something that easily we could do on the ship, or is it something that take time and a long time and
It
effort?
has to be mined. Like the rhodium has to be mined.
I mean, the refining process is what I'm getting at.
You have to have a plant to do that.
Okay.
And
Like
Mr.
you couldn't
Revnor,
do it on their starship. Sorry.
Mr. Revnor, you claimed that the ruthenium was not merely impure, but also was not delivered on time.
It was late by 12
Were
hours. That cost us very time.
and the rest of the items that you contracted with the Greenstar Sisters, were they also late?
Yes. They arrived around the same time. It was a rather big shipment.
And
Says
was it
7A.
delivered late? I turned to her.
He asked upon this date on their cycle, and we delivered upon that date and that cycle. I cannot help ion storms or other stellar phenomena that would slow my caravans.
So the delivery was delayed, although I understand you claim that it still was properly made within the specified time frame.
That is correct. They didn't specify that it needed to be at a specific time. Just on this day.
And Mr. Revnor, where does your figure of 12 hours late come from?
You kind of sit there for a moment. We specified on that date at the start of that hour that it needed to be delivered by then and no later.
Contract having a time.
So the way the Mizarian is thinking about this is that the delivery should have been say like on the Tuesday at midnight or before. To whereas the sister's thinking like if as long as it's between midnight and midnight on that
Midnight 11:59 on Tuesday.
yeah, that it's fine because it's arriving on that day.
So we may be dealing with a cultural miscommunication. Oof. Still, this guy's acting weird for a Mizarian.
I think you make good points coming across there, Captain, says the ambassador. He turns. I think a short recess is in order here. Maybe cool our heads a bit.
All right, and when that happens, I'll try and approach the Trill ambassador.
He sort of the gavel, and the room kind of disperses.
Ambassador, a word, if I may.
Of course, right this way.
One would assume the lieutenants would remain nearby somewhere.
You follow the ambassador to like a small room. It's
Right.
not like an office or anything like that. It's just sort of like a little lounge area. Is this your first time on Trill, Captain?
It is. Unfortunately, we were called away immediately the last time we entered orbit, and I was not able to spend any time down below. We had made a desperate run to get here in time to save Ambassador Call and Lieutenant Talza, who I hope both of whom are well.
I believe Ambassador Call passed away not too long ago, but his son has started to risen ranks lately.
Excellent.
Well,
So, the officers I brought with me are both empathic, and both sides appear to them to be telling the truth as they see it. However, I'm somewhat surprised from what we've been able to learn about the Mizarians and Mr. Revnor's attitudes for a race that has such a reputation for pacifism to a fault. He seems quite agitated. Do you know this man personally or have had any other dealings with him?
no, this is really the first time, other than the Mizarians, of brief contact with them. They usually keep to themselves, and they're not. The data files we sent over, they do not wish to engage in any sort of arguments. This is very unlike them. I do agree on that.
And is he the only delegate that the Mizarians have sent to this negotiation?
Yes, he also seems the only one willing to engage in this. So whatever it is, it's probably of dire importance for the Mizarians.
That's good to know. I'm afraid that what we're dealing with, however, appears to be a cultural misunderstanding when it comes to time. Have you seen any indication that either side is willing to bend a bit?
Both seem very stuck in their ways. The only thing I will give for the Mizarians, though, even though they are very highly intelligent, they are not. They are one for being very punctual.
You saying that they are all about punctuality?
Yes.
And is this propensity well known in this sector?
Most of the other cultures in this sector are fairly laid back, but it's very diverse in this region of space.
But for those that trade with the Mizarians, their insistence on punctuality is known. as far as you
From
can.
what we can tell, for the most part, most people do not deal with the Mizarians. They usually keep to themselves on their own planet. So it's even more peculiar as to why they would go out to a third party for materials.
Well, do you have any particular direction you would like my crew and I to proceed?
Do what you can, Captain. That's all I have to say. To be honest, I'm surprised as to why you're even here. I have no idea why 7A requested you.
How did the Federation, or how did Starfleet come to be involved? Why was a ship's officer requested at all?
It was on behalf of 7A. These proceedings were started almost slightly before we were about to join, just as we were getting into the proceedings for joining the Federation. It was known to both sides that the Trill were seeking membership within the Federation.
Well, how long do you plan to extend the recess?
We'll resume here shortly. Give a chance for the minister to cool his heels. Oh, and don't worry about the Orion. We made sure that she is dosed with anti-pheromones before she came on the surface. I believe my assistant should be doing a routine scan on her. Make sure there's no foul play.
That's good to know. We, of course, took anti-pheromone injections ourselves before coming down. I know from our past meeting that she is not at all above using her gifts, as it were, to her advantage.
Have you dealt with her in the past?
Briefly and not pleasantly, although I will say that she did deal forthrightly with me, although that may have been because she was trying to get her sister back from us, and also she was negotiating at the head of a 19-chip fleet. So dealing squarely was completely at her discretion.
I see.
I have no idea why she would request me specifically.
You must have made an impression on her, Captain.
Well, thank you for your time, Minister. I'll let you collect your thoughts before the circus begins again.
After we get away from the that guy, does this look like it's going to be decided like today, right now, or is it going to take several days of arbitration to figure out?
It's unclear.
Okay, but they don't seem to be making any headway, though, right?
No, they don't seem to be making any headway currently.
She recommends the captain. She says perhaps captain when they get to the side after that conversation.
Right.
Perhaps a different social environment. She says to ascertain maybe why you were picked. She says maybe we could learn a little bit more about the desires of both sides. Maybe we could entertain the two of them independently and find out ways of making accommodations. Maybe focusing on future business deals. Getting past this one, but we could learn a lot just from speaking with them socially, perhaps.
It's an idea to throw perhaps a semi-formal or informal dinner and tour of the Argo, one of Starfleet's latest vessels. We haven't broken in the captain's dining room, as it is, the diplomatic quarters. So it's an excellent idea. Contacts.
You can't think of any reasons, though, just why the Orion would... It was Orion who selected him, right? I think. Picked him?
Yeah.
Why the Orion would have picked you, she says, in particular?
Well, besides our dealings with her younger sister impersonating a Starfleet officer, Madanu, that was. I feel like I have run into her before, and in the past when I was on patrol along roughly this area when I was in command of the Cincinnatus, the old Saladin class refit. She seems very familiar to me, but I have yet to be able to place her.
Old
She
girlfriend,
seems-
perhaps, Captain?
She seems fond of you.
says.
She says, she's smiling at the same time.
Yes, well, in any event, contact Commander von Wartburg and get him to have the chef and galley crew to research and prepare a dinner that all can consume and prepare the crew for a potential tour. And
It's going to be busy.
and have him find out what exactly rhodium is used for and why someone would need this apparently large amount of rhodium. And if he can determine, based on the amount that they're absolutely insisting on, what they might be doing with it.
Okay, she'll go outside of the hearing to go do exactly that for him, report all that back. But while I'm outside, I want to see if there's anybody lingering outside the hearing that's paying attention to it, that might be invested in it. People that are lingering around the proceedings. Anybody that might look shady or something. As well, after I relay that to Wartburg. Sorry, to Wartburg.
Von Wartburg.
Von Wartburg.
Yes. Yeah. Ja.
So for the material, for the list of materials, give me reason plus con. Difficulty 1.
Who's doing this?
He's doing that.
Von Wartburg.
Von Wartburg.
Ah, very good.
Or you could have the yeoman do it.
I'll have the yeoman handle that. That's more what they're for.
Okay, well,
He's
go
too
ahead.
What? I
busy.
don't do this formal stuff. That's what we have
He's-
that kind of staff for.
He's too busy doing administration work on the ship.
Formal stuff. You're researching a damn mineral. There's science all over it.
Commander, he
Well,
asked you
part of it-
personally, Commander.
So there's two parts to that. On that, so
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pull up Kamalo here. I think this is her second activation.
do you have it
Or-
written down on those in the? It's not in the notes. Then no, I don't. think
Yeah,
she's been-
yeah, you're right.
I think
It's
she's
not-
been played. So
I'll put it in the notes now. This is episode
So-
14. No, actually,
cut to the bridge.
Anadella's
episode
just kind of
17.
pacing back and forth. She hasn't left the captain's side. After trying to figure out how she can be useful.
All right, so whoever wants to play her. Oh yeah, we're gonna go talk to 70 next, Sonadel. It'll be fun.
Yay!
So who is rolling for the yeoman?
If any more things, or I would.
I just need to know who's making the roll because it's a difficulty 1, reason plus con. This is by the ship's computers plus con.
Yeah, I
to
can't
pull
pull up another sheet, so somebody else.
You're gonna give another player an opportunity. Like the doctor or find the wood bug.
You cannot whisper, please. I have earbuds in, darn it. Ah. That was a very weird feeling.
We should ASMR the snot out of this.
What's the character's name? Sorry.
Kamalo.
Yeah, it's under Misk and the supporting characters. Or, well, miscellaneous.
Sorry, puppy.
Reading plus
Knock your
con.
head.
Yep.
Reason plus con, difficulty 1, assisted by these ships, computers plus con.
That's 2 for her.
There's 2 momentum.
One of the best people on the ship.
Wartburg, you still able to track the momentum as your computer crapped out?
Well, I can. What was the difficulty again?
It's 1, you gain 2 momentum.
Oh, okay. So, for some reason, it was only 1. I was confused.
So yes, you can relay that to the commander.
Commander, the list of materials wanted by the Mizarians were 1,285 metric tons of barium, 5,892 linear square meters of tetranium, 872 liters of 2,603 metric tons of rhodium. If you wish, I could send the list over to you.
Very good. Thank you, Yeoman. GM, would it be a science or engineering task to figure out what those materials would be used for?
It could be either or, really. Give me reason plus, be reason plus science, difficulty 2, assisted by these ships, computers plus science.
Where'd my sheet go? Go back. There.
Oh, fuck me. Sorry, I'm reading Memory Alpha.
Ah.
It was Bolium, Titranium. What?
The list is in roll 20.
Oh,
Rhodium.
hooray! Urium.
Someone's cheating though.
Martel, could you give this list of ingredients a look? I have a feeling these may be designed to some
Yeah.
same purpose, but I'm not sure what.
So you just keep in mind you're at the roll for a sheet.
Yeah. I just figured he'll have a better roll of it than I will. Reason engineering.
Yes, difficulty 2.
To
Assisted by these ships, computers plus engineering, or no, the engineering or science.
So technical expertise will help. I don't think any of the focuses apply.
Does he have metallurgy
No.
or chemistry? No.
Improv.
No. No.
Oh, with chemistry. Oh shoot! If I want to collaborate, I need momentum, and I don't have it. Because I could. Oh, we do.
You've got 2
Because with
momentum.
collab science, I can give. Oh wait, it's an engineering thing, not a science thing. Ah. All right. Bam Martell, are you with us?
He's dead.
Vanilla gelato is not good for dogs. You wouldn't like it anyway. Well, I know you don't agree, sweetheart.
It's like my dad trying to keep his chocolate chip cookies away from my pit bull.
I think I'll
Can I
try the
have
roll
this?
instead, since chemistry applies, and
Okay.
having a focus, we might be able to fire it a bit better.
All right. I did say it was
Uh,
science or engineering, so
Yeah.
it's just the shipper will be assisting with science.
Computer
That doesn't
science.
Yes.
And I'm gonna spend a momentum for an extra die just to be safe, because I do want to get this. I have a funny feeling. Bang. There we go. Jeez.
You do get a momentum out of it, and there's a complication.
Poof. I'm gonna buy off that complication.
All right. I sent you the information.
Science officer question. Although this is kind of telling me what I'm thinking. Is this something you would make? Would it be right to say that these materials would be something you would use to build a warship or a military application rather than civil, like a power station?
It's gonna be really vague, but the answer is it could literally be used for anything.
Anything? Wow.
Can make a Borg sphere with it.
Well,
We don't know what
I
those
mean,
are.
it could be used in the construction of starships, installations. I mean, the rhodium is the kind of key factor than what it could be built for, which is either a spacecraft or fixed installations, either in space or on the ground.
All right. I'm going to forward that information to the captain. Find his thing.
Okay.
And I'll have I'll let the yeoman maintain the arrangements of setting a nice galley room for the diplomats. Well, for our guests, I should say, not diplomats.
You know what? I'm gonna make this for her to set the arrangements up. A control plus con difficulty 2.
Oh god, that means Sonadel can set a mean table.
Okay. Control.
Control plus con difficulty 2. Essentially, you're creating an advantage to make it kind of appeasing for all members of the party. She does her best, but there's a few details that are kind of out of place.
Doctor, I tried to look into the Mizarians' medical records, but it doesn't seem the Trill have any particular information on that. It does seem the captain doesn't tend to bring them over. If you could, it'd be beneficial. I would find it beneficial for you to give a not an invasive scan, but a scan and look over their medical files. I'm wondering. I have this funny feeling that maybe they might be reacting to the Orions because of their unique biology. Like maybe they react in a way, as you said with others, in a possibly negative way to the pheromones, and that may be why they're giving rise to they're opposing them at all.
Yes, they do not seem like a race that would oppose. I was either thinking the Orions or another outside force. Like they're collecting them for somebody else.
I was thinking that too, and actually, you're up to your chemistry and metallurgy, Doctor.
Not as well as I know medicine. I'll have a look.
Yeah, I'll patch them into your screen to you.
Okay.
Haggard to von Wartburg.
Commander here, Captain. Go ahead.
This urium, is it some sort of? Is it usable in an explosive capacity? You say it stores large amounts of energy. Can that be released suddenly?
Yes, but like any other high energy material, Captain, it can be used for civil use, power generation, cleaning, that sort of thing. But in the same vein, such materials can be repurposed for military use.
Do you have any idea of what all these put together might be in aid of?
Starship construction is my best guess, or some sort of space station. Beyond that, without more specifics about the culture, the Mizarians, or who may be encouraging them to gather these items, it's hard to say more specifically without more information. Did you hear something down there, Captain, that made you query that?
No, I'm just trying to figure out what all this is in aid of. And you said that urium was used to store high energy. Maybe I'm just being paranoid.
With your chemistry focus, Wolfgang, give me an insight plus science difficulty 1.
Sure.
What if they use it for like orbital defenses? Be a thing?
Well, you made it.
Ocho, shoo.
Would testing a theory have applied with that roll? Because I rolled on a similar topic.
Sure.
Nice.
It's an extra die, and it decreases the difficulty by 1, I think, to a minimum of 1. Hold on. Before I get all excited. Yeah, you brought it down by 1 because of the theory into practice talent that links into theory into practice.
Testing
A theory. Another complicated. Hey. So
Nice. Well,
one
you have
momentum.
enough. Yeah,
and
you have enough to bite off.
yay. Don't mind me, just panicked a little when I rolled a complication on something that's supposed to be his focus. I'm like, oh
Right.
god, really? Well, sir, it's a great fertilizer. No,
World's largest souffle.
thinking about it more, Captain, it fits with their culture that they'd use it as some sort of industrial battery more than any. I mean, it fits with their culture base, but also chemically, it's just easier for them to do that. Applying it to a military use would be a bit of a jump for them.
Understood. Although this Mr. Revnor is apparently not acting at all like a Mizarian.
I'm actually having the doctor look into a possibility that maybe it's a biological interaction with Orions in particular.
They've
Interesting.
been suppressed like I have, Commander.
Yes, the ambassador just told us that they made sure that 70's pheromones have been suppressed and they're running regular scans to ensure it.
Sorry for speaking out of turn, Captain.
If you would, number one, get Commander Martell's opinion on this. See if he can see something from the engineering standpoint that we may have missed from command and science.
Aye, sir. I'll put it to a station and we'll get back to you once he knows more.
Haggard out. And then Sonadell and I will wander over to 70.
Yep.
Alright, let's get the roll out of the way. I have everything on top of my head. Martel, go ahead and give me a insight plus engineering. Difficulty 1.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Insight engineering. Diff 1. I don't think any of your talents apply.
I don't think so either. It should be like,
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
yeah.
Focus wise,
No.
I don't
no.
think so.
Do you just want to roll it flat, or do you want to buy anything with threat?
I should be rolling one extra dice and then rolling a 12. Okay, yeah, one extra dice and then roll it.
Okay. So have a threat.
I just took it. Get a momentum.
Okay. Ooh.
That doesn't sound good.
I'm guessing the commander's right there next to me or something like that.
Yeah, I'm in the captain's chair.
Okay. Commander, with the density of some of these compounds and the materials being used, it's almost as if either some sort of installation or ship is being built in a area where extreme amounts of pressure or heat is at, or being built to withstand that.
That was my estimation too. Do you think it might be something like a building it in a gas giant or near a sun, perhaps?
Maybe it would fit the parameters.
But why bother building something that needs that much strength? Do you know how big they can build with that? Well, actually, now that I think of it, I would think they could either make one big thing or a bunch of smaller installations. But
I'm guessing that would probably be momentum spend.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it's kind of, you guys can kind of come up with one. It's really a speculation type means for you guys at this point. So you can
Okay.
just save the momentum.
So basically, I'll say it could be either, sir. All I've got is just speculation.
yeah. All right, write up a report on that, Commander, and have that shot off to the captain. If nothing else, it'll be a secondary source to corroborate the original thought. Once we get more, we'll be able to look into it more. Oh, are you thinking of attending the dinner? Apparently, the captain's bringing them up to show them around.
I guess.
Well, if you ever want the commander badge, you have to sit in meetings like that. I'm just enjoying the privilege of not having to sit in that. Captain's already there, so.
Yeah.
But they might reveal something technical that you might be able to pick up on. This feels like a weird deal. It doesn't fit. The fact that they're arguing about it seems odd. And if they wanted to build a station, why deal this way? It just doesn't feel right.
And I guess with my scanning, I'm going to have to go as well, Captain. I mean, Commander. It's just that the chair does seem to suit you quite well.
I'm just keeping it warm for the captain. Don't mind me. But yes, maybe showing up there yourself will be beneficial. That way you don't. If I remember my medical school not medical school training, but my academy days, medical scans from a tricorder can be a lot more detailed than ship scanners can be.
Yes. Hopefully, it should be quite easy to do.
Back on the surface of Trill.
Woo.
Captain, you approach 7A.
Sonadell is following behind the captain.
I'm assuming I'm with too by that time.
Lady 7A, it is agreeable to see you again, although I must admit to being more than a little curious as to why you requested my involvement in particular and Starfleet in this matter. Seems uncharacteristic.
Well, how else will I ever get to see you again, Captain?
There are easier ways.
But not as formal as this one.
I want to immediately after that. I want to immediately start gauging her emotions to see if she's attracted to him. Because to me, that seems like a perfectly enough reason for this woman to want to see him again.
There's a slight attraction, but more you get the feeling of she's being playful.
Okay.
Well, but why would you want Starfleet in the middle of your business?
Honestly, I want a quick resolution for this, Captain. Time is
Then-
money.
Well, then give him the rest of the
As-
rhodium.
We gave him the rhodium that he asked for. You of all people should realize what a fair deal is, Captain.
Hmm.
That's why I requested you.
I will admit that you, in our recent encounter, you did deal honestly and fairly, although your information came perhaps a bit too late to apprehend the culprits behind the infiltration of Starfleet, which your sister took such great advantage of. How is Madanu anyway?
She's doing quite well. Glad to be in
And-
her own skin again, I would say.
And your other sister, I don't believe I ever caught her name.
Oh, she is fine.
Ambassador Prel tells me that for those who do occasionally trade with them, the Mizarians' standards of punctuality are well known. Is this your first time dealing with them?
Yes, and it will be the last.
And I want to read her to see if I think she's telling the truth.
I'm going to cheat this rule.
For all intents and purposes, yeah, she's telling the truth. You don't
Okay.
detect any form of deceit.
Okay.
So, any idea why they would need to build a ship able to withstand pressure lower level of a gas giant?
I don't know, and I don't care. They asked for the supplies, and I delivered.
I believe you, honestly. Oh, and in the efforts of promoting a little bit more relaxation and interspecies amity, I'm hosting a dinner aboard the Argo tonight. I know you've already seen the transporter room, but perhaps you'd enjoy dining with myself and my senior staff and a brief tour of the Federation's latest starship design.
Sounds very intriguing, as long as my sister's accommodations are off the table.
I kind of chuckled. No, strictly diplomatic function, so nothing as exciting as all that, I'm afraid. Just dinner and blather.
Well, then I will be delighted.
Excellent. I'll see you tonight. My my people, my yeoman will contact you with the details.
These people. My
And I
agent.
kind of
Yeah.
make my way over to Revnor.
On the way over there, I'll mention to the captain. Perhaps there's someone else that would benefit from the Orions backing out of their business deals with them. Maybe there's a competitor that hasn't shown their face yet.
One thing's for sure, something's going on. The problem is we don't know enough yet to figure out or why. Mr. Revner,
Yes. What
A
is it,
pleasure.
Captain?
a pleasure to meet you. It is a delight to learn of your people. Although I wish it was under better circumstances.
We don't travel far from our home as it is, Captain.
So I'm given to understand, and even more so, that you rarely find it necessary to trade with outsiders.
Well, Captain, let's put it that way. Most cases where dealing with other species has been a violent one.
I'm sorry to learn that. So what was the pressing need here for these supplies? Perhaps it's something that the Federation could assist you with if you are facing some sort of dire need or imminent danger to your people or planet. It is kind of what we do.
Well, all due respect, Captain, my planet is always under danger. And as for the need for our supplies, that is none of your business.
Of course, of course. Can I see if he's being particularly sketchy or just...
You can roll an insight command.
Okay. What is my difficulty? Okay.
1.
She'll interject herself into the conversation. She'll say, since the Orions haven't been able to provide for you, is there another business or group that can accommodate you in this situation? She'll say to the guy.
No. Not anyone that we particularly wish to deal with. We only decide to use them out of convenience.
Okay, so I've got cold reading, which generates 1 bonus momentum to go to an information spend. What do I want to learn about this guy? He's being smug towards me. Does he seem at all concerned about this whole deal? Okay, fair enough. Well, in any event, Mr. Revnor, I would like to invite you and any of your staff who might wish to accompany you to dinner aboard the Argo tonight. Perhaps a less formal setting would help everyone come to an agreement and offer you the opportunity to tour one of Starfleet's latest vessels.
Spending 2 threat.
Yeah, you go to hell. You go to hell. You die, Captain Haggard.
I don't think I need to appreciate the offer, but I do not foresee myself attending.
I'm very disappointed. I had hoped to get to know you and through you, your people, a little better. Well, just in case you should change your mind, I'll have my yeoman contact you with the information. Nevertheless.
Very well, if you don't mind me, Captain, I wish to get a little rest before I maintain this undreadful debate.
Of course. And I look at Sonadel and Dai after he leaves. Anything?
Nope. She looks at him.
He's very smug, although he is worried about something.
Maybe his race is adopting more of an isolationist view.
Hmm.
They were pacifists. Maybe they've been done wrong so many times that they're tired of dealing with people.
Maybe so, but that still doesn't explain why they're so uncharacteristically determined to fight this case. Haggard to von Wartburg.
Warburg here, go ahead.
Well, it looks like we won't be entertaining any of the Mizarians tonight. However, Sevni will join us, and I'm certain Ambassador Prel will as well. Please extend an invitation as well to Captain Lynch and his senior officers if they wish to join us aboard tonight. And I still am no closer to figuring out what the Mizarians want to do with all this material or why they're so dead set with it. And it doesn't look like the doctor is going to have the opportunity to make his scans.
Did the Mizarian representative say why?
Why
Sir?
what?
Why he doesn't want to attend?
No, he just said that he didn't think he would make it, basically. I'm going to send Sonadel back to the ship. Send the doctor down. Tell him to put his tricorder on silent mode. And let's see if we can't find out a little more about the Mizarians from here.
I was having similar thoughts, sir. Doctor? Transporter 1 is waiting for you.
I'll be down immediately, sir.
All right. While the doctor heads towards the transporter, the beam down, we're going to go to the next scene. So you go down one momentum. Oh,
Uh-oh.
I don't want that. No, don't want that. Sorry.
Spoilers.
No,
Not the
it's
Zintara.
Zintara data. Yes, it is the Zintara. So we go back in time to the year 2266 on board the Trill science vessel, whom had just rescued Captain Falvin and Lieutenant Lear, and currently are both lying in critical condition in their sick bay.
Oh my god, this is actually happening.
Yes, it is.
Oh, why did Captain Falvin request asylum?
They're creating a time machine.
All right, I have two people can volunteer. One to play a certain doctor that is aboard the Zintara. Another to play their nurse. Need a volunteer who is not Lear or Captain Falvin.
I mean, I could, but I can't make rolls.
How about I make the rolls for you and then you can play the character? Yeah.
Sounds good.
Alright.
And I'll be whatever they want.
So I will open up the one character sheet to everybody for the doctor and the nurse.
Hello, nurse.
And unfortunately, there's no photos. My apologies.
That's it. I'm done. Need photos.
I know. Seriously, God. Walking
Photos are
away.
GTFO, man.
Immersion broken.
It's
Just
been a
took my
really
immersion.
hectic week for me. I'm sorry, okay?
No, it's okay. We're just teasing.
I know. Alright. So, there's gonna be 2 scans from the doctor, one for Lear and one for Falvin on their current condition.
Okay, that would be reason medicine difficulty 1, I guess.
Yes. Reason medicine difficulty 1, assisted by these ships. Whoops. I need to show that everybody. Assisted by the Zentara. Ship plus medicine.
So you want me to roll for him as a doctor then, and he can
Yeah,
focus? Yes.
Should have a focus. It's xenobiology. Which one are you scanning though first?
dude, this is the first time Trill has met Starfleet, correct?
So no, this is on board a Trill. No, they've met Starfleet before. So,
Okay.
just give you a little feedback. So Dr. Kalal is a joined Trill.
Okay.
He is the sort of chief medical officer on board the Zentara. His lovely female nurse, who's also a joined Trill, Riza.
Lear is a joined Trill as well.
Yes, and Lear is a joined Trill as well.
Oh boy.
Green-blooded hobgoblin.
Well, I think in that case, the doctor's gonna stick with species first and help the other join Trill.
It is a difficulty 1. Reason plus medicine. This is by these ships. The Zentara ship, sensors plus medicine.
Okay, so yeah, with it being difficulty 1 and having a focus, I'm guessing a fairly high roll as well. You can just roll it flat.
Okay. Is that the reason medicine roll, or was it a different one?
It was a reason
It's
medicine,
reason plus
yes.
medicine.
All right, cool. We got to focus. Boom.
2 momentum. That is for Lear. It is a separate roll for
To
Falvin.
the future. Sorry, Falvin.
Not today.
You know what? I will succeed a cost for Falvin. What you see the cost for that? And there's Falvin's. Oh yeah, it's a cost.
Ooh.
And I add a little bit.
Okay. So, oh boy. So the doctor's gonna look at the nurse and go, That one, the host is dying. We're gonna have to remove the symbiote from it.
Alas, poor Vindix.
Yeah. Needs a healthy host. That one.
If you spend momentum, I'll give you some more additional information on Lear.
Yeah, sure, why not?
I know as a role you're not used to playing, so.
Oh dear.
Okay. Okay.
Volcant. Are you a
Alright.
Volcan or a Volcant?
uh, the Vulcan. Several injuries are life-threatening. He has internal hemorrhaging, some head trauma, mild concussion. He's also suffering from hypoxia, which appears to have resulted in some brain damage. Also, we can save the host of okay. We can save the host as long as we flush his system out entirely of the uh toxicity.
So, transfusion, blood transfusion, with drugs to remove anything from organs.
Uh
As a general
possibly a
flow.
blood transfusion, but we have to take care of the internal hemorrhaging and the ruptured pancreatic pseudocyst first.
Of course, sir. It's just you actually told me that he had that.
Oh, I thought I had. My bad.
You said we had to remove it, but didn't actually tell me what he was.
As
Well,
a player, that's because I thought the host was dead no matter what.
Okay.
So, okay, here's the deal. So, Lear could technically, Vindix could survive. However, the symbiote cannot live in the host currently because it is being poisoned because of the toxicity that's in Vindix's blood. So the symbiote Lear would have to be removed and placed into another temporary host
And then
while
go
they
back.
repair and then then transport Lear back in. Because there is a
there a way
small
to-
time window before the joining becomes permanent in the temporary host.
Okay. Is there any way just to use an incubator if it's going to be quicker, or is it just you have to use a host?
In this case, you have to use a host because the symbiote has a high, essentially, toxicity inside of it, and needs another host to help filter that out.
And the Vulcan's screwed as well. She would look at the doctor. Should I run a list of the staff to find a temporary host?
So a nurse will pop. There is another nurse in the room. She kind of pops up like, I'm not joined. I could be a temporary host.
She would look at the doctor.
The doctor's gonna look at her and go, You did go through all the proper schooling, correct?
I never went through the initiate program, but we could run to see if I'm compatible real quick.
And Doctor, the life of a symbiont is.
I know the life of the symbiont is precious. Yeah, let's run the test, see if she's compatible. Considering he's wearing medical blue, he must have been a doctor, at least in this life.
Keep in
What?
mind, both Lear and Falvin are kind of conscious, so they're not.
Oh,
I seem to be unconscious this whole time, so I haven't been saying anything.
yeah,
I
that's
thought
what
we
I'm.
were out as
Like,
well.
I honestly thought they were unconscious.
So basically, Lear is being poisoned by all the toxins in Vindix's body. So to save it, they have to remove it, flush Vindix, then reimplant it. Correct?
That is
Along
correct.
with repairing your damage to your pancreas as well as the internal bleeding.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So Lear kind of looks up and says, Vindix kind of looks up. You must save Lear. Don't worry about
yourself.
me. Save the symbiote.
Calm yourself, Doctor. Is he a doctor or is he?
I'm a science officer pilot.
We are going to save your symbiote. Can be assured of that.
Thank
And
you,
we'll
Doctor.
save you. We know that the symbiont is at the utmost of importance to yourself and everybody here. We will not let it end with you.
Cannot let this knowledge be lost.
He would go and run a test on the nurse.
During that time, the doctor's going to look at, I guess, Vindix and go, I'm going to do my best to save both of you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm sure.
So while the test is being run, Captain Nil enters sickbay.
And Lear knows her.
The doctor, I guess,
She
will
walks
see
up.
her and go, Captain?
What's the prognosis, Doctor?
Alive, but barely. I should be able to save both the host and the symbiote. The Vulcan has some brain damage.
I think the Vulcan has some brain damage.
Understood. Do you mind if I hang around, Doctor?
Not at all, Captain, as long as you stay out of my way.
Very well. And before she walks over to Lear, she approaches Falvin. Goes, Captain, I thought I gave you an update. After your duplicate ship, we moved in and obviously rescued you, but we also tried to find any other survivors. You're the only two that made it out. I am deeply sorry.
The enemy vessel?
They retreated through the portal before it closed.
Very good. Your assistance is appreciated. You could not have done more than you did.
The other thing, you said there was another Starfleet vessel. I believe it was the Atlantis. They diverted course suddenly. It seems that they might have been able to arrive in time, but they suddenly altered course. I'm not sure why.
Needs of the many. Something else may have occurred. I would advise, if you are not already, to head toward friendly space, Captain. The last thing you need to worry about is further retaliation. Although we were able to seal, or at least collapse their method to enter our space, it is prudent to be as far from that threat as possible. Or at least within friendly space.
I've already ordered our helmsman to set a course for K10.
Very good.
Don't worry, you're in good hands, Captain.
There's nothing to worry about. Your crew are doing what they can with the knowledge that they have. I would advise that they prioritize their fellow for they have more knowledge of his biology than they will of mine. Best bet is to get me to physicians that are familiar with Vulcan physiology, and otherwise to stabilize me.
Is the doctor hearing this?
I'd guess so, since we're in the same
Probably
med bay.
not.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, maybe not. It's one of those things you might hear part of it. Because you're off doing other things too, so.
elbow deep in a drill, after all.
Yes, you know, the important one.
It's like, excuse me, Captain, I'd like to speak with my friend. If you need anything, just please let me know.
Something for the headache would be nice. That was a
And she
joke.
kind of looks to the nurse. Oh. Did not know Vulcans joked.
It makes others feel better and it loosens the tension. I believe it worked.
I would say not in this case, Captain. Quite concerned.
Oh.
You just rest now, okay? My physicians they're quite skilled at not only Trill anatomy but other species anatomy as well.
He joins his hand. He lightly joins his fingers and just seems to meditate as best he can from bed.
Now walks over to Lear.
Oh, hey, Kaduro.
Vindix. You seem better.
I've had better days, but they say they can save the symbiote no matter.
That's good to hear. Hopefully they'll be able to save your life as well.
Well, that would be ideal, granted. But we can't afford to lose Lear's knowledge and experience.
That's good to hear. Hopefully they'll be able to save your life as well. Well, that would be ideal, granted. But we can't afford to lose Lear's knowledge and experience. 'Cause, I mean, It is our way.
Nice to see a friendly face.
Likewise, I hope this won't be the last time we meet.
Your bedside manner needs work, Captain, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Apparently, bad jokes are running off me from your captain.
He learned everything from me. I didn't have enough time to teach him the good ones. Got to fly a Constitution-class ship through an ion storm, though, and into another dimension. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby indeed. And by this time the doctor returns, you got the test results. The one nurse is compatible. So I'm not going to make a roll for it to speed things along because approaching 10 o'clock. Nell kind of looks like, you fight this, Vendix. You'll pull through. I know it. And she gives Vendix a light kiss on the cheek and steps aside so the doctor can do their work. All right, so I'm assuming Lear surgery is going to be first.
Yeah, I think his injuries are more like.
Oh, good lord! I leave for 20 minutes now.
Yeah, Falvin and Lear are alive. Aboard the Trill ship.
All right,
Control.
this is. That's way too big.
Yeah.
So, this is going to be an extended task. It's going to be control plus medicine, difficulty 5, assisted by the ship's sensors plus medicine, plus the assist from the assistant with control medicine. Work is 25, magnitude is 6, resistance is 3, and the complication range is 3 as well. You will have a total number of 4 intervals to do this in. This counts for, because it is on a timetable. Vendix only has so long to live without the symbiote inside his body.
Yeah. Oh. Give me a second.
Alright, so yes, control plus medicine, difficulty 5 by the ship's sensors plus medicine. Work 25, magnitude 6. Complication range is 3, resistance is 3.
Can Lear assist?
No.
Can I assist?
The nurse should be able. Okay. So, how much momentum do we have?
3 on the
3.
table.
Was that assisted by the ship or?
Yeah, it's assisted by the ships. I think it's
Sensors medicine?
Sensors plus science. Or sensors medicine, yes.
Okay.
Blech.
yeah.
Why did only one die get rolled for?
That's because he's playing the assistant, the nurse.
Oh, okay.
So what I'd like to do is first I would like to burn his determination life is precious. Because yeah, you know. And then I'm going to spend the 3 momentum and 2 threat to get 5 dice. Bear in mind, I believe we do have a focus.
You should, yes. Because you have surgery.
Yeah, and that'll be the roll. So it'll be 4 dice to roll on a control medicine with a focus. With 2 auto successes. Complication range is 3.
Just speed along. Don't know if Dia is here or not, but I'll go ahead and roll it.
Okay.
It's just barely, no momentum gain. That's 5. You already rolled.
Oh yeah, sorry.
You already rolled it earlier, so
You did take
you
into
just got
account
it.
you did take into account the determination spend, right?
Sorry, 2 momentum. My bad. Yes.
And going ahead
Rolling
and
challenge
roll
dice.
7 challenge dice, I believe.
Yes, it is 7. That is 7. Resistance is 3, so 4 work done.
Uh, could we spend 1 momentum on piercing, please?
Pierced.
That is 1 breakthrough. You have 3 more intervals left. Difficulty goes down to 4. I am spending 2 threat to make the difficulty back at 5.
Oh, you jerk.
Hey, I could take threat away. Or work away.
I know. Uh, well, the good news is we do have 1 more momentum. I hate to do this, but I'm gonna have to spend that momentum and give you 5 threat. And have Dae roll 5 dice. Oh, speaking of which, with it being a doctor, do I have the ability to
So
lower the...
here's the thing though. You have practice makes perfect. So yes, that lowers it down to 4.
Okay.
So you're rolling 5 dice.
Yes, 5 dice.
Three momentum so far. Ship plus the assist from the nurse. It's 4 momentum gained. Feed the ship. Whomever was rolling that.
I got it. Come on, roll 20. There you go.
5 momentum.
Oh boy.
You guys are rocking and rolling.
Seven challenge dice.
rolled it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So that's 3 work.
Uh,
But
how many zeros are there?
2.
2.
Okay. I'm gonna spend 1 momentum on piercing.
let the breakthrough. Puts you up to 5. So
Can't you
total of 11 work done.
spend momentum to have the work or have the interval? Or no? Or does that not
No,
work in
you
this?
can't. That doesn't really actually a thing.
Uh,
That's a talent that does that.
I'm gonna have to spend 3 momentum on extra work.
So that'll put you up to 14 work. And I'm gonna spend 2 threat to drop the work by 4. So you go down to 10 work.
Oh, good.
This represents why you're doing surgery. So you've already successfully transferred the symbiote into the temporary host. The current issue is, as you're working through, the hemorrhaging has gotten, when you remove the symbiote, has gotten slightly worse, and it's sort of backtracked you a bit. Keep in mind you have 2 more tries at this.
Yeah. That's why I was trying to get the work up as high as possible. Uh, gonna have to roll 5 dice again, or because it did reduce the difficulty down to 3 now, right?
It did,
Okay.
but the practice makes it difficulty 2, but I'm spending threat to keep it at 3.
We haven't really given him all that much.
Yeah. In order to get enough momentum to keep doing what I'm doing, I've got to risk rolling 5 dice again.
Yeah.
Make sure if we have it, we spend at least 1 momentum.
Yeah, there's 2 momentum on the table.
Then
All right.
just one of them.
Just one of them? Okay.
So
Yeah.
and then 5 threat.
Yeah.
Well, you have 6 there. 6 successes out of the 3, so 3 momentum gained.
I
Just
got
need,
one.
Did
yeah,
we
okay.
did the
So
5
4
dice
momentum.
turn up any
The 5
zeros?
dice. No, it did not.
Okay. Just making sure.
It was
Huh.
4 1s and a 2.
Okay. Yeah. Still waiting on the ship, or we good?
Ship's rolled. It didn't give you anything but no whammies.
Okay, good. So 3, 4. We've got 5 momentum right now. Then.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
so keep in mind there is a complication range is 3 for the ship as well.
My bad.
There's a lot of zeros in there.
There's 4 zeros on the challenge dice, but you have a total currently you've only done 1 work.
Oh, yeah. 1 momentum to re-roll the challenge dice that rolled zeros.
I wonder why. There you go.
That puts you at 5 work there, or total of 5 work, so you're up to 15. That is a breakthrough.
Okay.
Difficulty goes down to 2, which makes it difficulty 1 for the specific doctor. You're 10 work away. You have 1 more roll, or Vindix
I
doesn't
was
make
just
it.
doing some. I was just doing some math in my head. Let's spend 1 momentum on piercing on the work and 1 extra work.
Tick,
All right.
tick.
So that
That
puts
should
it
increase the work by 3, giving me 18.
correct. And I have all this lovely threat. I'm going to up the complication range to 5. And the resistance goes up to 4. As his body is slowly deteriorating.
Okay. Well, you can have all that lovely threat back as well as spend our last momentum that's on the table, if my math is all right.
There's 2 momentum on the table right now.
All right, so spending 1, so you're down to 1 momentum.
Yeah, I'm keeping 1 in reserve just in case, because this is my last go.
Yeah.
All right, it is a difficulty 1.
Oh.
You know
Well,
what? I'll spend 2 threat and I'll make it difficulty 2. Or you know what? Let's just keep it 3. We'll make it 3. Let's do that. I got the threat.
I know you do. I've been giving it to you.
I want to live.
But that's also why I'm doing 5 dice, is because I'm trying to get as much momentum as possible.
They did pretty good there.
Whew. That's 6, so 3 momentum gained. I need the ship and the nurse.
Ah.
That's a lot of momentum there, Wolfgang.
Just making sure you're paying attention. That's all. I didn't misclick.
How much momentum gain total that rolls?
6.
That's it.
You
6
cap out
total?
at 6. Yeah, you cap out.
So right now we've got 6 and 1 floating.
Yeah.
Good. Roll the 7 challenge.
I
Cool.
did. So right now 0 work is being done.
Yeah, 1 momentum, the floating to reroll all the zeros.
Well, that's okay. So that's only 2.
Wait, what?
Piercing might be a good
piercing.
idea. You have a lot of delta.
Yeah. So it's total of 7. It's total of 7 that you rolled on with the reroll. So you're down to 4. You're down to 5 momentum with the reroll. That's only 2 work being done because
All the
resistance
piercing,
is-
it should get you up to the 25 you need, and then extra work.
Yeah, so 2 momentum will have to go into piercing. That'll give me 4. That should drop us down to 4, 7, and then yeah,
that's
the other 4.
It's a breakthrough. It's 4.
What's the work at? 24?
Work is at 24.
Then yeah,
So-
spend 1 momentum for extra work, and that'll give us the 25, finishing it up.
So that does not. So when you do that, because the magnitude is 6, that's only gets you to 5 on the breakthroughs.
If I spend another one, it wouldn't do it, would it?
Would not.
I thought my math was right.
Yeah, the work filled up. It's the magnitude that was short, because the magnitude's 6.
Yeah.
You're like 5 of 6. You're short by 1. Which, is it even possible to make it then in that time frame with that magnitude?
I mean, I need one
Did
more
the
roll.
math. I did the math. Technically, the amount of work that you would achieved if you did everything right, there was a total of 4. With the magnitude, you did almost everything right, except you needed to hit the work track on the last. So if you hit 25 on the last roll and then you hit this on this roll, you would have got 2 breakthroughs.
Yeah.
And you didn't have enough to make that work happen anyway.
I didn't have enough to make the work last time either.
Yeah.
Oh well. It was a fun character while he lasted.
Well, the symbiote's still alive.
True. I can make another Lear if I ever play another game.
Not that Argo one though. It's terrible. Captain's a boss.
He's not doing too hot on his first diplomatic assignment. What the hell are you people doing? Why am I even here? Come to dinner.
A
So
mob boss.
while you're working on Vindex, the monitor goes with the little beep
Cortical stimulator stat.
as his life signs fade.
I'm not even sure if a cortical stimulator would do the job right now. It might.
Unfortunately, in this case with Trill, it doesn't work that way.
That's what I was afraid of.
Now, on the other matter is you do have the captain. Captain Falvin is he does have internal bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
He does need some medical attention. This is going to be a control medicine difficulty 4, assisted by the ship's sensors plus medicine and assist from the nurse. This is not an extended task.
Complication range back
Oh.
down, or
I'm not that cruel. I figure I'd make one tough one and then.
Thank you. Yeah, the only thing I've really got, I mean, I've got a focus for sure. The only
And
other
3
thing,
momentum.
yeah, it's difficulty 4, you said?
Yes.
So I'm definitely spending the 3 momentum, and why not give you 3 threat?
Man, not going to the trade delegation all that well, are you? Complication range goes down one. You do have cautious, so
That's why I spent the momentum.
yeah.
Yup.
I guess reroll the 1. There you go. Just got it.
Oh, no whammies either.
No, yeah, no. There's no. Luckily, the complication range was not. I didn't have it. Didn't set a complication for this.
Oh, good grief.
the nurse would leave the patient and go sit with the other nurse. The one who's just taken the implant and just sit there with her.
Alright. And with that, we go to the next scene.
Where we have a stack overflow issue and we get up to 6 momentum.
Oh, there we go.
It should be underflow, other way around. But anyway.
Back on Trillius Prime, in the present timeline, the negotiations continue on. They were called back into session. I believe Sondel beamed back up to the ship. Is that correct?
Sorry,
I
Sadadel.
believe
That was
so.
while you were gone. I didn't realize we would be going back into the past.
You're good. She wasn't feeling very useful there anyway.
All right. So with that, currently where it stands is Sevna refuses to repay any reimbursements towards the Mizarians. The Mizarians say that they are entitled to these reimbursements. That what they asked upon was not delivered.
Is there any of the other race, not the Orions, by themselves, or away from the delegation itself?
We got the Orions at one table, the Mizarian at the other, the Ambassador at a table, and then we're at a table.
Oh, okay. I thought there was like a small delegation of.
Yeah, and I'm hoping you'll scan the Mizarian.
Well, that's what I was going to do.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're doing the scan discreetly, that's gonna be a daring plus medicine. Difficulty is gonna be 2, just because you're being discreet in the matter. But complication range is going to be 2 as well. Or sorry, 3. Spent 4 threat.
I'll spend a threat for a dice. And hope.
Nice, you got it.
And what specifically were you scanning for?
To see if there was any reaction with the Orion pheromones, or is what I was asked to do by Commander Wolfgang.
Oh, for time wise, currently there is no what you would see a reaction to the Orion pheromones, because there is no one present in the atmosphere. Essentially, like
Yeah.
the Orion, like 7A is definitely, her pheromones are being suppressed along with her bodyguard, essentially.
But would I be able to? I was just saying, would I be able to tell by the way their biological structures? Because it doesn't necessarily have to be necessarily at this moment. It could be from their meeting before. It might cause an imbalance longer term than just then.
For the most part,
Just-
the Mizarian is very humanoid-like in most regards. It's maybe similar to Bolian, but from what you can tell, he should react the same way as any other humanoid would react to Orion pheromones.
Yeah. Any types of allergies? Oh shit, I don't have.
Or if he's wearing some sort of prosthetic or anything. I have to admit, I'm wondering if he's really Mizarian.
Unfortunately, that would be a separate scan, or it would have been a momentum spent.
I'll do a separate scan, burner and momentum. My value, my ship, my problem. Xenobiology is a focus, and I'll do the same scan again.
It is a definitely daring medicine, but I'm gonna bump up the difficulty.
Yeah.
Because he's wondering why you're acting so suspicious. Difficulty is going to be, it's going to get a 4, spending 4 threat. Complication range is 2.
So you've already got 2 for the determination.
Yeah. Complication range the same.
Complication range is 2. Difficulty is 4.
Okay.
And you said you were spending your
determination. Fuck.
That's, you also give me 2 threat for that.
Yep. I guess it just doesn't work.
Do you have
Sorry.
bold?
No, I have cautious, but I had nothing to really.
No, you're right.
From.
As the negotiations going on, the Mizarian looks to you just like, What are you doing over there with that device?
I'm checking for air particles. I've never
Why
been to
would you
Trill
need
before.
to check for air particles? This is absurd. Ambassador, what?
I'm
Please ask
I'm
this man to be
sorry.
excused. I feel like he's being nefarious over here. In
I'm
fact, I
very
don't think
sorry.
the entire Federation
I,
party should be welcomed here.
I'm very sorry. Can you see my antenna? What it is sometimes I really do get allergic on planets, and I was just checking the air to see that I would get allergic. My antenna themselves, you can see that they're a bit twitching, and he moves his antenna. He says they also do air pressure, and sometimes it just doesn't sit right. And I was just checking. I didn't mean to interrupt your argument.
Give me a presence plus command. Difficulty 3.
Oof.
I'll spend another threat.
And,
threat.
well, hold on before you do that. It's all right, Doctor. Honestly, Mr. Revnor, the doctor was scanning to make sure that no one was introducing any foreign particles, and I kind of, look over at, kind of sidewise at the Orions in the air to influence these negotiations. And he was doing so at my command. However, I believe, and I look over at the tricorder, that everyone's pheromones are still under control, and there is no possibility of that interfering with negotiations. I'm very sorry if the doctor distracted you. We were just trying to make sure that this remained a level playing field for all concerned.
Presence plus command, difficulty 3.
I figure I have a.
Complication range is 2.
Okay.
We're just fighting against a wall of threat.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, it's the Argo game, man. So focus deception.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're kind of lying about this, so.
Yep. And I will give you difficulty 3, complication range is 2, you said?
Yes.
Okay, set that. Go ahead and take 3 threat. And I do have bold. So
All right,
gain
get a momentum. He sits down. He looks very suspicious still, and is like, very well. I don't take too kindly to being scanned without my knowing about it. Without being known about it. Tired. My apologies.
No, please accept our apologies.
For the most part, it's still a stalemate, and the ambassador senses like it appears that either side is willing to cave on this issue at hand. I see no recourse other than give you 2 options. 1, you let the deal stand as is, or, and he looks at the Orions, you need to renegotiate a new contract with a better deal and give the Mizarians what they require with fair confiscation for the Mizaris to pay for the remainders of what they need. Your thoughts on the matter, Captain?
If you remember, before we headed out from Starbase, I talked to you about laying in various supplies so we could help ships and stuff in need, and anybody who might need us in a new area of space. When I thought we were heading straight back to this area to start patrol. Did any of that perchance include deuterium?
Well, they don't need the Mizarians. Don't need the deuterium. They
Right.
need the rhodium, which the rhodium you wouldn't really technically have,
Right.
because
But
Starfleet doesn't
I'm
use it anymore in
I'm
Starship
wondering if
Construction.
we have the deuterium, and then maybe the Federation could, in the interests of settling this dispute with all parties satisfied and gaining the Federation a little bit of goodwill, if we could use some of our deuterium stocks that we laid in to defray the cost of the rhodium delivered by a new contract, or rhodium, rather. See what I'm saying? We would pay part.
Okay. As you say that, the Mizarian goes, "We're not paying anything. They can give us the materials that we require."
Mr. Revnor, if you are unwilling to make some sort of deal, then you are likely to walk away from these negotiations with nothing but wasted time to show for it, and still not possessing the rhodium you need. Are you prepared for that eventuality? Because it seems to me you very much need this material for whatever reason. So much so, in fact, that you are willing to forego your people's normal reserve and pacifism and lack of interest in confrontation. So I can only assume that whatever you need this material for is of vital importance.
He just remains there silently.
Does he still seem smug, or
He seems agitated.
Mr. Revnor, if there's anything you could tell us to make this situation more clear, and again, if you're facing some sort of imminent threat, ecological or otherwise, that you need assistance in dealing with, the Federation will be happy to help your people without any cost or any fear on your part of us interfering with you in any way, shape, or form. We will literally come and help and leave. I think even Lady Sevny would acknowledge that that's how the Federation tends to operate.
Semne goes, "Yes, they believe in this concept of non-profit."
Call it non-interference. In fact, it is our prime directive and our most sacred responsibility. We only go where we are invited, and only for as long as we are invited to stay.
Give me presence plus command difficulty 2.
Presence, command, difficulty 2.
I haven't heard that spoken out loud for a long time.
What?
What you just said.
Oh.
I'm like, right. That's the Federation.
All right. Have a threat for bold. Damn.
3 momentum. Very well.
Yeah, right.
I'll have my people discuss details on the appropriate amount, assuming that is okay with you, Sevne. She's like, as long as I get my deuterium. The ambassador stands up. Well, then I believe we are in agreement. We will adjourn later to go over the finer details of a new contract. till then, I suggest we all retire for the evening.
And I said, and of course, my invitation to you all and your staffs to join us aboard the Argo for dinner and a tour still stands. We would hope to look forward to each of your presence this evening. My chef lays a very fine table.
I believe myself and my aide will take you up on that offer. It's the ambassador look, and if you don't mind my companion here, my trusted dog. She kind of winks at him. With your permission, of course, Captain.
The more the merrier.
And real quick, we're going to cut to the bridge of the Argo. Maria looks to you, Commander, goes, Commander, we're getting a hail from one of the transporter relays on, or well, transport centers on Trill.
What's the message?
We're getting a request from a fellow Starfleet officer, Lieutenant Talza, who requests to be brought on board the Argo.
That's not part of our complement, is it?
No, she was the lieutenant who came aboard with the Trill Ambassador way back in our first
Oh yeah.
mission.
She would
Lieutenant
like to.
Lisa Tazal.
Yeah. She would like to rejoin the crew of the Argo until she can get her posting back. She has completed her leave.
All right, have her brought on board for now. I'll sort out the personnel issue later.
Right. Shall I send a shuttlecraft? Because she's requesting transport via shuttle.
Interesting.
Yeah, arrange for that and coordinate with Trill Flight about that. And pass along word to the yeoman to get the paperwork ready for reintegrating her back into the crew. For the time being, anyway.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she's joined now or if it's just something that all Trill do, so it doesn't look unusual. One of them does it.
Could be both. Like high chance it's probably both. So.
Yeah. But her last name was still coming up as Tazal.
Yes.
Which was her unjoined name. So.
All right. So, Captain, the meeting back on the surface. The negotiations have been adjourned. They're going to come back tomorrow to negotiate the new contract for trade between the Greenstar Sisters and the Mizarian government.
Fair enough. I go over to Mr. Revnor. Thank you for being so flexible on this matter.
Yes, yes, yes. Still unfair, Captain. For both parties, including yourself.
Well, that is what we're here for, is try to help resolve these kind of difficulties, and it seems to me that what we were dealing with here was an unfortunate cultural miscommunication in terms of time. You were both, in your own ways, correct. If your government should ever need to deal with Orions again, I would urge you to be extraordinarily specific in your contracts. They are shrewd in their ways.
I can see that now, Captain.
And again,
Thank you for your enlightenment.
If there is any way that the Federation or Starfleet can be of assistance, please do not hesitate to call on us. What I said about the Prime Directive is true. But if you are in need and we can help, we would be glad to.
I'm sure your Federation would not want to engage in conflicts such as ours, especially for people that wishes to not be helped anyway.
Conflict?
Our world is invaded constantly, Captain. We offered up no resistance.
Yes, I'd heard such. Well, and that is your way, and far be it from me to contradict it. But tell me, since this is your way, why fight so hard for this? It seems counterintuitive.
Give me presence plus command, difficulty 3.
Plus command, difficulty 3, standard complication range.
Yes. Complication range 1.
Okay, give you a threat for another die. Negotiation or inspiration?
Yeah, no, this is more persuasion.
Okay. Fair enough. That's on the list.
I feel the same way. I want that for my captain character, so.
Yeah. You said difficulty was 3?
Yes, difficulty 3.
Okay. I'm going to re-roll that 0 with bold. There we go.
It seems like you're a man that can hold secrets, Captain. We're building an underground complex to house our relics. Far too many have been destroyed as of late, and we're building one to safekeep the rest of them.
I understand, and you can rest assured that I will keep that to myself. If, however, you would like purely for your own amusement to peruse the files in our database about such emergency archives that various Federation worlds have built, I would be happy to provide you with that catalog.
I do not see a need. We've already developed the plans ourselves. We're quite confident that the complex will hold on its own.
Very well. But if there is anything I can do, just let me know. And should you reconsider dinner, you and your staff will be most welcome.
I will think about it. Now, if you excuse me, Captain.
Of course.
Don't come to dinner. I'll take your damn planet over.
Sounds like it's going to be easy.
You're like, okay,
You
you take
will
my planet
submit.
over. It's like, okay, you take
will
it over,
submit.
whatever.
Yes.
I'm
Now,
still
where are
not
your
coming to
relics?
dinner.
So, I guess we'll beam back aboard, and I want to contact, I guess, Admiral Bennett, our Starfleet command, and I'm going to suggest that if the Orion demands are not unreasonable, that the Federation provide all the deuterium in the interests of, kind of cultivating some goodwill with the Mizarians.
Okay. The sake of time, I'll go ahead and say you do that.
Okay.
So we go to the last and final scene. You go down 1 momentum.
Okay.
The settlement is, you have the dinner. 7A is kind of, as does her best to make you feel awkward during the
Right.
dinner.
I give as good as I get.
Dai pays attention.
For the most part, the dinner goes off pretty well. The ambassador, as you give it, I assume you give him a tour of the ship. He's
Oh, yeah.
most grateful on the matter. He finds a lot of stuff very fascinating. Talks about how his grandfather was an engineer on board a Trill science vessel long ago.
Oh, nice.
Goes through the whole spiel of how the engine worked and everything else.
Nice. He seems to have like a really specific knowledge.
Really specific knowledge, like down to the T.
Right. Oh, did Lynch and his senior officers come, or?
They did.
Okay.
It was just him and his XO.
He let anything slip about his investigation?
No, he
Okay.
did not. In fact, he didn't really seem to care about it a whole lot.
2 years away from retiring. I'm too old for this shit.
Yeah. And the XO was just like, just hurry up.
Yeah.
It's like, Captain, no.
Go, just retire. Just retire.
Yeah. It becomes towards the evening ship. By this point, Lieutenant Tazal. Where's the token? I have a token. I know I do.
Yep. Yep.
Enters the bridge. Captain Haggard, Lieutenant Tazal reporting for duty.
Ah, yes, Lieutenant. Welcome back aboard. It's good to see you looking so well.
Thank you, Captain.
She's medical, right?
She is medical, yes.
I'm sure Dr. Azonin will be grateful for another skilled set of hands in sickbay.
Oh, I was understood. I have filed my request to Starfleet Command as per rejoining on my sabbatical for another posting, but until such time, I am at yours for disposal.
Well, of course.
Disposal.
That's what I meant. I knew you weren't staying with us permanently, but...
And she has like a little box. She's like, I was also told to give you this, Captain.
Oh. And...
Just a small wooden box.
What's the occasion?
I wouldn't know. I was just told to give it to you.
Ah. Very well. I will open it a little later. I hope you enjoy your time aboard. We'll be glad to have you.
Thank you, Captain. Is there anything else, sir?
Seems like she wants there to be, doesn't it? Yes. I understand that Ambassador Call's son is doing well after his father's tragic death.
Yes, he is. We talked for a little bit. He's doing fine.
That's good to hear. Very good to hear. It's good for a family to continue, don't you think?
It is indeed. I got some closure.
I'm glad to hear that. I know it was a difficult time while you were ill on board. I'm just glad we were able to get you back to Trill, where they could serve you better than we could. And if you have any interest in staying aboard, we would be more than happy to have you as a permanent member of the crew. I saw your dedication to your work.
I would be delighted to stay on board, Captain. You have one of the finest ships in the fleet.
Hmm.
And it'd be an
Very
honor to
well.
serve with you.
Number one, I think we can make that happen, can we not?
I'll see what I can do, sir.
Very well. Is there anything else, Lieutenant?
No, Captain, if you don't mind, I would like to get to my temporary quarters for the time being.
Very well. Carry on.
Thank you, sir. And
Lieutenant.
she exits the bridge. Oh, yes, Commander.
For the time being, for today, you're not on assignment. I'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 0800 about your personnel requirements while you're aboard, and we can see about getting you into our rotation. All right?
Understood, sir.
Enjoy your one extra day off. Dismissed.
Yes, sir. And she
Number one?
leaves the bridge.
You have the bridge. And I'm going to go actually to my ready room for once and see what's in the box.
You open the box and you find a data disk
It's a bomb.
inside.
So I plug that into my terminal.
The disk reads that there is only one audio file.
Okay, let me play that file. Oh, wait, Crack sent me a note.
I did. I'm not going to say it out loud. Because they're not there.
Commander Wartburg?
Huh.
Yes, Doctor.
She's a lieutenant, yes? The new nurse? Well, the new doctor.
Yes, she served before your tenure.
All right, I was just wondering.
She is a
I did-
MD, by the way. So she is
Oh,
actually
she's a doctor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering, will she serve directly under me? Will she be on another shift?
Well, that's part of the reason I waved the pad in my hand. That's part of the reason I'm checking over personnel rotation. We had it sort of figured out as it was, but we now have to figure out with her aboard how that's going to work. But
Okay.
I'll keep you in the loop. I'll talk to you after the meeting at say 1200 hours tomorrow. I'll have a good
Yeah.
idea of where everything's going to shift, and me and you can figure out what we're going to do about that.
Well,
Oh, you can find her file. I'd actually appreciate your input before tomorrow morning on her file. See what her medical credentials are like, what her best fit would be in the department, that sort of thing.
of course.
Have you ever worked with her before, Doctor?
No, I have not. But then again, there is hundreds of doctors in Starfleet, so
Yes. It's one of those funny things. In intelligence, you run into people and you run into a lot of familiar faces the higher rank you go. But from what I've been told, doctors, although, are a lot more spread out in their affiliation.
and fields as well. Some are basically scientists with a lab coat. Others are doctors in medicine. Especially if you're going into biology, virology, it's like you're basically a science major.
That's what ended up happening to me, actually. I almost ended up in medical because I kept taking so many biology courses.
I like biology.
A lot of memorization. It's the only thing I don't like about it. But that's the discipline, at least at the early stages.
So, to give you a quick rundown on Tazala, she's got focuses in xenobiology, genetics, emergency medicine, biology, counseling, and survival.
Wow.
So, like, her talents are like bold medicine, triage, and doctor's orders. So she's primarily, her field of expertise is dealing with outbreaks.
Okay, she's better
Not
than
so
me.
much dealing with, not so much dealing with like surgery per se. So
Okay.
That's why I have a surgeon.
Well, that's what you hope.
It's true. Captain on the bridge?
And Sidmira, did we get clearance from Trill for rotating shore leave?
we did, Captain. Yes.
Excellent. I, for one, would like to see more of the planet. So it looks like we'll stay in orbit for a little while longer after the negotiations conclude. I want all senior staff to make some time for themselves to go on shore leave. And that includes you, number one.
Aye, sir. I wouldn't mind seeing some of the libraries and speak with some of the scholars here. I'll have the write-up for you tomorrow for who's so we can have a nice rotation for sure.
Excellent.
Lieutenant Dai, you all right over there? You seem to be pacing a bit. Go wear into the floorboard.
Huh? Oh, no. No. I was just thinking about where to take my shore leave. What to do on the planet. I know nothing of this world.
Well, they're a member of the Federation now, so our database should be complete and up to date with standard planetary data, including their equivalent of national parks and things to do and
Food.
see.
This is usually how I learn a planet. Sonadil says
I was
How's
thinking
with a
that?
about
smile.
going-
Oh, sorry, Commander. I'm sorry if I didn't say that clear enough. My apologies, Commander. She says, just smirking.
Maybe I'll go on a hike.
I was thinking of going mountain climbing.
Bring the appropriate gear.
Camping would be fun. She says outdoors. Maybe a few of us could group up. Just go camping. See some of the wildlife.
I've gotten plenty of camping in my day, Lieutenant. I'm camped out. I'll enjoy my nice indoor time on planet.
What sort of indoor activities do you plan on doing?
Reading, speaking with scholars and the like, seeing some of their museums.
Sounds like that would be fun.
Sorry.
His version of food booze.
You're right, Doctor.
Sounds fun.
I'm sorry, I've got a chesty cough. It must be from the planet. I really should check.
I expect you, Captain, to start setting up your own little sailing ship, see what their waters are like. Maybe a submersible.
That does sound like a lot of fun.
Haggard, I was kidding. Breathe the fresh air, man.
Don't go hunting any giant white whale. We need our captain.
I don't know. I might stick with poking around the capital city. Looks like an interesting place. Who knows? Maybe there's a bookstore or two with some interesting old volumes.
Mm-hmm.
And yet again, I can feel a cough.
She glances over at Ozone.
How'd the dinner go, by the way? I'm sorry I missed it. I was very busy up here.
Ha! You were there. You wouldn't have gotten out of that.
Mistake.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway.
You were there. You're my first officer. You kind of have to be.
Well, someone has to man the bridge, sir.
That's what
I
Haran
mean-
is for.
See, Ensign Haran, the captain's making sure you're getting your command hours.
That's right.
Nothing to worry about.
Well, and that's also why Lieutenant Dye gave the traditional first toast. That's the most junior officer.
Yes. How did they put it on Earth in the old days? To wives and mistresses, may they never meet.
Yes, well, we're very grateful you did not give that particular toast, Lieutenant.
I'm sorry. It's just, I'm not very book smart. It's just, on that sort of thing. I don't know.
That would
Maybe
have been a fantastic toast, though. On a
Yeah,
pledge from the god.
And
actually-
the Argo creates a diplomatic incident.
I'm actually a little bit inspired by you, Captain, and the commander. She says, maybe it is a good opportunity to take a look at the culture rather than to go on a nature adventure.
Well,
Is there anywhere the two of you would recommend?
I don't know any more about the planet than you do. I plan to maybe take some time this evening before bed to read up and see what's what. But I have to agree with Sonadel also that local cuisine is often one of the best ways to get a taste of the world, if you will.
Mhm.
Especially if you can find a little hole in the wall where it's just you and the locals.
Those are the hardest to find, but they're usually the best.
Mm.
You eat from a hole in the wall?
I knew that wasn't going to translate over. I just knew it.
Sorry, Doctor. Earth colloquialism. It means a place off the main and mostly visited paths of shops and restaurants and what have you. They are often some of the best local food, just because they are run by locals and they're the places that the locals will
Tend to go
dine when they go
themselves.
out. Right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly where Hole in the Wall comes from, but it is an evocative phrase.
Oh,
It's because some of the best food in the past came from holes in the wall. I mean, if you want to,
I'm just going to leave that there.
it's a real thing. Don't. I mean, yeah, stoves were just holes in walls. Come on.
As the crew of the Argo finishes their conversation aboard the bridge as they orbit, waiting for the
Pennsylvania.
time for their shore leave, I believe we will cut that there.
Excellent.
To be